Hello folks, welcome to another Monster Hunter stream. I hope you guys are doing well this nice new week, this Monday night. We're going to be doing another 3 Ultimate cast, and as of yet unnamed 3 Ultimate cast with our buddy Phalacin tonight, which is where we join up with our friend Phalacin here on Twitch, and we both talk about Monster Hunter for a few hours while hunting together. It's usually a pretty good time. We have a couple fun topics lined up for the evening. So, I'm going to go ahead and give y'all some beans here in the chat for showing up nice and early. And I'll go ahead and just say hi to you guys before we jump into the game and bring Mr. Phal in here. So, hello Mr. Weeb with Coffee and Sixth Quell. Hello Churrito SSB and Parsec Mech. Welcome Lord Castellian and Shadow Upon the Tempest. Good to see you guys. Who else is here? I know J Novice and Biotech are also here. Thank you guys for rolling on by. Just going to embrace the name at this point. We'll eventually get a name. Phalacin said we'll get a name when people don't mention the name, which I think is a bit silly. People are probably going to mention the name. Are we doing the weapon raffles today? Probably not during the podcast. Nope. Sorry. It's going to be just me and Mr. Phalacin talking. We'll be back to our usual weapon raffles and weapon collecting tomorrow night, Tribe of Tongue. For tonight, I'm going to go ahead and jump on over to the game. And yeah, we're in 3U's Hub here on the Wii U tonight. And yeah, I guess without further ado, I'll go ahead and get Mr. Phalacin here on the horn, and we'll start talking some Monster Hunter here. All right. He'll be along shortly here. Hello, OC Lionheart. Have some nice coffee this evening. Cheers to you guys. I hope you guys had a nice beginning of your week. I had a pretty okay, nice start to my week. Busy day, but a good day, I guess you could say. Hello, Ace Zara. We getting beans? We are. Hello, Mr. Phalacin. He's talking to my chat. When are we talking on the phone? In the Discord. Welcome home from work, Quill. Finally got through you. Have fun, Zara. I hope you enjoy the game. It is a fun one. I have been playing it for the last month or two, and I'm really starting to hit a groove in this game, I think. I like it a lot. Whether it's collecting up that Duramboros lance we have there or something else, it's been a good time recently.
Hello, Ristretto and Ristretto chat. I hope you're all doing well today. Hope
hello, Mr. Phal.
Yeah, there we go. That's the good stuff. Ristretto, can you start us off by telling us one good thing in your week? Same question to your chat room.
Right into it. Okay, so one good thing in my week is that I don't have to think about teeth anymore, or at least not oppressively so. I had like a really bad tooth that was causing me a lot of pain. I had to have it taken out like last week, just ripped right out of my face. And for a few days after that, I still had to think about teeth like nonstop, just like teeth pain or like taking care of my teeth like a certain way to like heal from that. I am mostly better now, where I don't have to think about teeth anymore. It's really nice.
You want to hear like a very sort of weird correlation? I watched the movie Room from 2015 yesterday, and the character in it, she mentions she has a bad tooth, and I was like, huh, she's like Ristretto, because she worded it exactly as you did there. Mm-hmm. Bad tooth.
It's just a tooth that gives me, it was a tooth that gave me pain sometimes. Most of the time it was just fine, I could eat on it normally, and then every once in a while it would flare up and get like the most searing pain imaginable that would like spread through my whole jaw. It was bad. It was really bad, Phalacin. My face swelled up like a golf ball. It was not a good time, so I'm glad to be rid of it. I'm glad to have moved on. That's a good thing in my week.
Outstanding. I'm glad to hear it. Very, very glad to hear it. All right.
Where are you?
Where am I? I'm in.
Oh, there you are.
Here.
I was on the other side of the hub. I didn't see you. I was over here.
Well, you know, that's how it be sometimes.
Yep. So to those of you who have maybe not dropped by an unnamed 3U cast with myself and Phalacin, what we do is we join up. We have a few discussion topics lined up for the evening. We also are both kind of working our way through 3 Ultimate. It's my main game right now. Phalacin's doing just an additional character that they've started playing through the game with again. And so tonight, especially, we're just going to be collecting up some weapons and armor and kind of just bolstering our equipment here and just having a good time. I've now done everything there is to do in low rank, so all the hunts are open to us. We can have a good time with that.
Yeah. Tonight's going to be a bit more of a casual cast. I think both of us are feeling a bit more low energy today, so I figured, hey, let's just meet up and play some games. So that means, chat room, you lovely little suckers, you get an extra one next week where we're going to deal with some more structured topics as we normally do, and I'm pretty excited for that. Pretty excited. But yeah, this is my third character in this game. This is my favorite one. I love it.
This is your favorite Monster Hunter game?
Yeah, for like, it's a tie between like this and 3U and 4U. Sorry, I think it's real good.
Do you still have an urgent to do? Can you check?
I do. Don't worry, Kirst. I think that's on the agenda. I have that Rathalos and Rathian hunt.
Cool. Let's do that one.
Let's get it.
Cool. I see both of us are using some shielded weapons here.
Absolutely. I don't like it when they shoot the funny fireballs at me. Yeah, yesterday I tried to do an Uragan. I was trying to stream this game to sort of grind up this character a bit more, but my power went out. So I would appreciate it if we could do that Canteen Uragan at a little bit of a later point today.
Yeah, I feel like tonight we can kind of just treat this like a good old-fashioned turns room, Mr. Phalacin, both of us just posting up stuff that we need for one reason or another, and I think that'll be a good time. What do you think?
Sounds good. Yeah, no, I'm into it. I'm into it.
Everybody loves some good Monster Hunter turns, right?
No.
No, you don't?
Huh?
Even with friends?
No, here's the thing. There is always the risk that someone could post a Kongolala. And you can't just say, no, I'm not doing the Kongolala.
I guarantee you, Phalacin, there is literally no risk to you tonight that we will encounter a Kongolala.
You sure? I'll bet you've modded into the game somehow. And it's an Emerald Kongolala as well, so we have to deal with his dreadful hit zones.
It's a Hyper Emerald Kongolala, which doesn't even exist.
No. And he only starts taking damage at the 49-minute mark of the quest.
Sounds hype.
Yeah, sounds good.
It sounds like some real Monster Hunter.
Also, folks in my chat, if you guys don't have Risretto's perspective pulled up, use that little multi-command, and you can watch both at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You can see how he carts, you can see how I never cart, because I'm the greatest monster hunter of all time, even though I'll almost certainly cart far more. But that's besides the point. But yeah, let's get stuck into it.
Yeah, let's get stuck into
both this Rathalos and Rathian. Alright.
Mr. Phal, what have you been up to these past couple weeks? I've been battling tooth pain and a few other things. I'll talk about that later. But what have you been up to?
The past couple of weeks, I've just been trying to organize a charity stream, which, thank goodness, due to the expansion for Final Fantasy XIV being delayed, I actually get to push back, so I get some more time to prepare it and deliver a really special product. So I'm pretty thankful for that. It's still going to be a lot of work, but I'm glad to be doing it. Other than that, I played Bayonetta for the first time ever, and you know, I know you're a big old Smash fan, so you love Bayonetta, and it was actually it was a lot of fun. I really, really enjoyed it. The music's bumping.
It's on my list.
You're gonna play Bayonetta
someday.
Ooh,
someday, like years and years from now.
You know, that's funny. That's what I said. I bought like maybe 3 copies of both of the first 2 games. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play this because I bought it on the Wii U, and I think I have a PS3 copy of the first one somewhere. And then I bought it on the Switch, and I finally played it.
Who plays like 5? Who buys like 3 copies of a game before they play it?
I guess me.
Do you collect many games?
Like, not often. It wasn't intentional. It was always like, I'm gonna play this on the thing that seems most convenient at the time. But hey. In saying that, I have like 3 copies of I have 4 copies of 3 Ultimates. So,
I might have 8 copies of GU.
Like why? I think we've talked about this, but 8 of them?
Well, I've purchased it 8 times. Some of them were from friends. Some of them were for me. Some of them were in alternate languages. Some of them were physical and digital. There are reasons. Each one was legitimate. 2 of them were for other people, so 6 were for me. That's like 3 copies in. I think that's 3 copies per language. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that's pretty.
Which is base game, expansion on 3DS. Oh wait, no, not in English. Base game. I can't actually tell you, but I have a lot. I have quite a few copies of GU.
I think I have like 3 copies of Iceborne as well, because I have the Japanese like collector's edition,
really?
Which didn't get released here.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. I've still got it sealed, so I don't know if they just put a brick in there and it's a note that says "Up yours, buddy," but I have one more copy of 3U to get as well. Do you collect many, Do you collect a lot of Monster Hunter games? What gaps are you working on? We won't count Frontier.
Yeah, I don't have any physical releases of Frontier. That's true. I have most of the main series. Let's see. I have almost everything on PSP. I might have to actually pull up I have a document of it, keeping track of it. I'm missing some of the Japanese releases for the 3DS, and I don't have a physical copy of GU yet.
Oh.
I don't have a physical copy of GU yet. I have physical copies of Generations in both English and Japanese, but I don't have any of the Switch. I don't have the Switch version of it.
Wow.
But most of the series besides that, I have stuff like, I guess,
I'm gonna blast you.
Oh, you're good.
I didn't blast.
Nope. I have stuff like Dose and Portable 3rd HD, which were fun to collect.
Yeah, I need to get regular 3 HD or 3G HD. I want that nice Switch box art.
Ooh, that part break sound is so beefy. Yeah. I guess what I've been up to this past week is we round out the last bit of low rank in this game. Over the last month or so, I've been working gradually through low rank village, kind of collecting some weapons and getting to grips with the game, but we'd had so much equipment grinding that we didn't have any trouble getting through low rank hub. I kind of cleared through all the low rank hub quests solo earlier this week. And so now it's just me with my my weapon list. I have a handful more of things I'd like to collect before I move on to high rank, but it's in the near future for me. I'm excited. There's a lot of things that sound like they start happening once you get to this game's high rank village, so I'm excited for it.
Yeah, this game does in fact start smooth. Yeah, I'm really glad to be playing this one again. It's like coming home.
I was gonna ask if it was like a happy place for you.
Yeah. It's not even like nostalgia. It's just, I think it just ends up being my favorite one.
I gotcha.
I'm being beat up by this rat.
Kambushi asks what weapon I'm using here. I have the Duramboros lance, and I think if I'm not mistaken, you have the Lagombi gun lance.
That is correct.
I hadn't even seen this lance before until it popped up in the Smith, but I really like it.
It is a really nice one. It's funny. It actually kind of reminds me of a Shigaru Magala weapon.
Really?
Almost. Yeah, kind of. Like, the coloration is a bit off, but it's nearly there.
I'm gonna go ahead and paintball him. So we get paintballs on both of them. I think she's off to area 8, it looks like, up to the nest. I'm following her.
I'm being beat up by a Melinx.
But yeah, Duramboros is in this game, people are asking. I think he's one of the more creative brute monsters. I really like him.
Pardon me, I was sneezing.
Ooh,
oh yeah, Duramboros. He's one that I really, really like. I didn't initially because I was like, no, he's a stinky health sponge. How could he? But then you work out that he has some of the more unique hit zones in the game, and I think that's really cool.
I know I can't bring this up every time we cast, but man, this game looks very pretty on the Wii U. It doesn't run the smoothest, but the Rathian has such nice colors. There's deep greens and golds and browns on her.
Yeah.
So
Rathian?
Cool.
What a queen. What a queen.
What a queen. Truly. The queen of the land.
I was always interested by the fact that this game has... Did I blast?
No, you're good.
They have Duramboros, which is, I guess, meant to be like the monster equivalent of the hammer. And then they have Kurapeko, which is the monster equivalent of the hunting one.
Uh-huh.
And then later on we got Glavenus, which is greatsword, acidic Glavenus, longsword. I'm interested to see if they can pull that off for any of the other ones.
Kind of embody one of the weapon styles into a monster.
Yeah, I always thought it would be cool if there was like a Nikakos variant that had like the Glavenus's sword and then it had like something skull as a shield.
It'd be interesting if there was a monster that had counters, like Longsword has counters. Maybe in Rise Sunbreak, we'll get to see some of that.
Yeah, Sunbreak. That's gonna be a spicy meatball. The closer we get, actually, the more excited I am.
Yeah? What do you think?
What?
I know we're going to talk about... I guess we can talk about Sunbreak next if you want.
Yeah, sure. I took a break from Mon Hunt for like the better part of last month, as I think, you know, just because I kind of wanted to come back to it with some fresh eyes. You know, spending so much time immersed in something, you start to like miss some of the details, some of the nuance. So I played Rise with some friends the other day. I was like, you know what? This is super duper fun, and I had a really
good
great time.
Makes me happy.
So I guess I'm all aboard the Sunbreak train.
Well, cool. I guess so far we don't really know that much about it. We know one returning monster, we know there is a new locale, and we know the flagship and his name and his kind of theming. Mr. Malzeno and his Draculayan looks? That's not a word.
Oh no.
It's a little hectic in here with two of them.
I have like 1 hit point.
Oh no. I need to start bringing life powders.
Or alternatively, I could bring some better play.
I could bring some life powders.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by this Malzeno. Like, I enjoy you know, old movie monsters and like corny horror vampire stuff. So I would not be opposed to them sort of leaning into the theme of corny movie monsters here. Please don't do that to me.
There are people who are thinking about how Rise's base game has monsters largely based around Japanese monsters from their lore, or from their like legends and folklore, which is the yokai, and how by the judging of Malzeno, just as a sample size of 1, maybe some of the new designs will be more based around Western horror or lore like that, which would be kind of interesting. You could have a mummy or a Frankenstein, or who even knows. There's more interesting things to pull from. They would probably dredge up.
Yeah, I would personally love if they were to be a bit more thematically focused on like all of the games going forward. At the very least, okay, maybe not all of the games, because that might not, you know, work or function. But, you know, for entries like Rise, with that heavy focus on, you know, this is the yokai game, and then, you know, the expansion is, this is the, not the vampire game, but, you know, keeping in with that theme, I think that would be real cool.
Could be. Yeah, I was just about to talk about that. What Kambushi has talked about in the chat is that Giganox will hopefully return. I have a Giganox sword and shield that in my box I want to pull out for use later. I haven't really gotten to use it yet, but like Giganox is really cool. I would love to see that come back. And they already have the skeleton it's based on, so we'd hope it would be not the most work in the world to bring it in compared to some other monsters where their skeletons maybe aren't in there yet. Veremio in your chat has a good point in that there's some of the loose strings of lore in Monster Hunter Rise's base game are tied to the trader Rondine, and she's more of a European style character. So is Dracula.
Yeah,
could be kind of neat if it was based around some kind of European theming. That'd be neat. We haven't really had a European themed Monster Hunter.
Oh, not really. I mean, it's sort of tricky. Like, in all of that, it's peculiar, but like I'm interested. Let's just say I'm interested. I hope that we get a few more interesting and fun and like bombastic original monsters rather than just, you know, returners. But what do you think you'd like to see in terms of returners, at least thematic to Sunbreak?
Okay, let me think about this. I haven't honestly thought about it very much. I think some of the easy ones to think of are the ones from the Rotten Vale, because they're already in 5th generation's engine, and it'd be easy to bring them back because they kind of fit that spookier theme. So things like Radoban or Valhazak, stuff like that would be kind of neat to see. I would love to see what they would do with Valhazak to make him feel faster and more threatening. Oh, nice, you killed the Rathian. Faster and more threatening in Rise, because a lot of the monsters coming from World have gotten even faster in Rise. I think it'd be interesting to see them take a second crack at Val's moveset. It'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. Valhazak was one that I ended up liking Valhazak.
Me too.
Quite a lot.
I don't think it's the most, like, I don't know, I guess I don't think it's the most threatening of fights in the traditional sense, but I think it's kind of refreshing for that. I think both him and Namiel, I know folks don't like Namiel much, but I think both of those monsters do a great job of being Elder Dragons that fight differently than most of the other Elder Dragons do, and I think, I don't know, we need more of that. We need more along the lines of your Chameleos, your Kieran, your, like, maybe not all incarnations of Kieran, but I don't know. We need more Elder Dragons that fight differently from another and really feel like they're kind of some weird, ancient oddity that somehow survived and is still this ancient threat for reasons either aggressive or passive. It'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I think they did a really good job with, oh, what's that guy's name? Sharish Valda for that. But yeah, no, I agree. I like Kieran, and I think Namiel is really cool too. Like, her dual element nature was really nifty. I wish that they could have incorporated that into maybe like a weapon gimmick, a la, you know, Valstrax or, you know, Chaotic Gore. You know how they both have that sort of interesting, unique element.
Yep, I had actually truly forgotten that it had a dual element, but now that you mention it, I do remember it. It's been a while since I fought one.
I should say as well, I do like Namiel beyond her design. I enjoy her fight as well.
Me too.
I understand that it has some frustrating elements, but I enjoy it.
Time to get this bird out of the sky. He looks quite nice as well. He's got these nice blue eyes.
You know, that's the one thing that sort of puts me off about Rathalos in this game. His eyes are like piercingly blue. It's too humanizing.
It's truly always been like that too. Some of the original key art for Monster Hunter 1 is one of his eyeball.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, he's always had these beautiful blue pearly eyes that he looks up at with, says, "Please don't hunt me, Monster Hunter." But then we have to do it anyway.
Please don't drop me from the series. Oh, let me see. I'm try and think of a few other returning monsters. Why don't you go ahead and take a crack at it? What would you like to see return?
I don't know what I want necessarily. Bring in something from Frontier if we have to have a returner.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure that there is.
That would be sick.
Like, just you know, not even one of the super outlandish ones. Nothing in particular. Just let people know that some ideas from Frontier haven't been forgotten.
Yeah, that's kind of.
I'm definitely intrigued by that.
That's kind of how I feel about that too. Is like they don't need to bring in like the most dangerous fight from Frontier or even like the most iconic. I don't really care what it is, but just a map or a monster, anything really. Even if it's just a name drop in the freaking flavor text for an item, I don't care. Something that references Frontier and makes it so like that part of Monster Hunter's history isn't like, I don't know, retconned would make me really happy. I think it'd be pretty cool. I don't know if they'll do it, but I think that would be pretty cool. That would be up there. Honestly, Phalacin, one of my most wanted returners was Shogun Sanitar, and he's already confirmed, so I'm a very lucky guy. My #1 pick is already there.
What about Shogun Sanitar did you want to come back?
I really like him. I like his armor. I like his weapons. I like his fight because I like how weird he moves around and how quick his moves are, and how in order to really get used to fighting him, you just have to get used to the iframes or get used to the really weird little bits of positioning that you can either get used to being like in weird spots around his body where he can't hit you, or get used to the weird like pacing and like angles that he moves his body from. He's just so odd. I really, really like it.
I like that element of him, but I think he more frustrates me than anything. Oh, he just did his stand completely still without moving a muscle no jutsu, which I suspect was caused by a little bit of lag.
Maybe so. We are on basically opposite sides of the planet, so it's miraculous we can actually hunt this Rathalos at all.
Yeah, Monster Hunter's netcode is bizarrely good. I'm not certain as to how or why it works, but I've never had an issue playing with people from the other side of the world.
It's peer-to-peer, so it's not trying to connect to some halfway house server, so at most you're connecting to 4 other people's internet connections, which can sometimes get a little wonky. The more people you add in, so like all 4 people, the more there can be a little more room for the 4 connections to get a little bit confused as to what's going on. I'll need to drag up an old paper I read about it, but somebody wrote a really nice summary of how Monster Hunter's peer-to-peer netcode works. It was neat to me, at least.
It does, you know, I'd be interested.
It was mainly under the guise of like trying to diagnose connection issues over emulators, but it did a really nice job of explaining how the system works in the first place, which I was appreciative of. Raised the curtain up a little bit for me there.
Yeah.
Even peer-to-peer games often go very ugly. It must be something more. I mean, also, I mean, the players' actions don't necessarily need to be overly well synced to one another. As long as you iframe the Rathalos on your end and I iframe the Rathalos on my end, is generally okay. They don't really care too much, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. As for like Frontier monsters coming back, I don't know if this even was in Frontier or if maybe it's a fever dream. Okay. Maybe this was one of those fan articles or something like that. But I watched a video once and they mentioned some two-headed snake that lives underground. Someone in one of our chats is going to know what I'm going to be talking about. And like, that's fan fiction, you wiener. And if it is fan fiction, then I don't want it. But if that exists...
I don't know Frontier's roster well enough.
Yeah, neither.
There is a Frontier monster that would fit really well into a spooky theming. I forget his name because it's a crazy Japanese long several syllable name that I have a hard time remembering each time. But people know of it. It's a Leviathan one that sucks blood or sucks poison out of the swamp or out of the ground and then uses that to change its moveset. It's really cool. It's really cool. It stuck out to me as one of the cooler concepts.
He's kind of Giganox looking.
Yeah, a little bit. A little grayer and a little more like... A little more... I guess he's based on a Leviathan and not on a pseudo-wyvern, like...
Sorry, I mean, if you were to stroke him, he would feel like a Giganox.
Yeah, he probably would. He probably would. Uchi says that is Baru Raguru. Baru... Oh god, this is bad to try and do it live. Baru Ragaru. Baru Ragaru. Baru Ragaru. Good attempt. It was not a good attempt, Uchi. You lie.
Anyway, two-headed snake monster. Even if it doesn't exist and I dreamt it up, this is my OC. Do not steal. Put him in Rise Sunbreak and give me $5, John Capcom.
Would you fight a version of Ibushi and Narwa that was somehow weirdly fused together to have two heads?
I thought that that's where they were going, regardless. So yeah, I would.
It's not. It's not what it ended up being, huh?
No. I think it makes a lot more sense as to what it was.
Yeah.
But you know, I came away from Ibushi and Narwa thinking, glad they tried it, but it's not my favorite.
Uchi says there are some pairs of monsters. There's a pair of wolves, a pair of monkeys. There's also a pair of metal Lavasioths, which is pretty hype.
No. Oh yeah, those things.
Yep.
They look like... One of them just looks like a goldfish.
There are silver and gold Lavasioth looking things that have partner attacks. It's pretty amazing. I would be down. Like, if you're gonna keep the freaking stupid Lavasioth Giratorius skeleton in the series, at least bring those back, dude. Those were the coolest thing ever to be built on that skeleton.
When Teostra and Lunastra did their bond attack for the first time, I was so hyped. I was hyped out of my gourd, and then I was mad that Rathalos and Rathian and various other monsters didn't have them. Turf Wars, you know, I can take it or leave it. They're kind of cool the first time you see them. Bond attacks, where something uses the full force of, like, cooperation to beat the heck out of you. That, you know, more of that.
I get you.
No, more of that.
Alright, let's see. I'm gonna try and think of one more monster from the main series, like from Monster Hunter proper, that I'd like to see return.
Monster Hunter proper.
I would like a 5th generation Blangonga.
You know, in Freedom Unite, I think I enjoyed Blangonga as a fight, like, a lot. I would really like Dia Morales to come back. I know you haven't seen him in this game.
Big pick. I feel like those big monsters are some of the least likely.
I agree, but I think that with Elatrion and Fatalis coming back, sort of being this gigantic force of nature that was, you know, they're the Black Dragons.
Yep.
And I think Dia Morales is the shunned Black Dragon, the red-headed stepchild of Black Dragons. So I think he would be real cool. I think we should ruminate on this. What frontier? Good English there, but frontier monsters should come back.
I just don't know that many of them very well. Like, I fought several. I was watching a clip of Miru earlier this week. Miru is a monster that's based off of the Nargacuga Tigrex skeleton. And as you go through the fight, every time you wear it down to like a low level of health, it regenerates most of its health, but it also regenerates its body into like a slightly different form of that skeleton, and like shifts through the fight and gets a little more out there, a little more hype with more different moves and features as you go through the fight. It's really cool looking. I don't think I ended up fighting it because it wasn't essential to progression when I was going through Frontier at the end of Frontier. But it sounds really cool.
Oh no, my boy.
I'm good. As long as he doesn't hit me, I'm good. I want that wing break.
Alright, let's work on it.
We got it.
Yeah, Uchi, I'm not segueing this into Freedom Unite just yet.
I want to talk about maps too.
Maps?
Yeah.
In the sense of locales that we visit, or maps in the sense of
locales, not the HUD UI element.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I personally, I think a Hoarfrost Reach might be, with some tweaking, that would be something I would love to come back to.
Like the Hoarfrost Reach, or just another Tundra map?
I like the Hoarfrost Reach. Are we talking about stuff we want back, or just stuff we like?
Stuff we want back in Rise Sunbreak. Like what are some things, not just like exact locales you'd like, but what are some aspects of the maps you'd like to see them change or stay the same from Rise? And then are there any locales that you want back? And then sorry, this is a big question. Are there any like types of locales that we haven't seen in a long time, or we haven't seen at all that you want to see in a Sunbreak or a new Monster Hunter game?
I think that's a really tricky one, because Rise kind of had it all, right? Like it had the volcano, and it had the tundra, and it had the desert, and it had the foresty area, and then it had the sort of more, I guess, general forested area, which is pretty common for Mon Hun. But I think I would love to see more of those kind of like, where we would fight Sharish Valda, this sort of arena where it's like you can't escape from the quest. You have to sit there and you have to fight this thing, and if you 3-cart, then it's you in there, and you have to learn everything's openings, etc., etc.
That's something I'd like to see from 5th gen. I guess there's usually one arena per village. Yeah, there's like an arena that clearly is built onto the village as like a spot where they can dump captured monsters for you to fight. I'd like to see more different variations on those, honestly. I know that in World Iceborne you have like a couple of different arenas, because you have both Astera, and then you have Celiana, and both of their arenas. And then you also have some boss arenas where you fight like Xenojiva or Safi Jiva or Ruiner Nergigante, etc. I'd like to see some more variations on the town arenas, because in the old games you had like little arenas to fight small mobs or smaller monsters, then you had like bigger arenas that sometimes had gates, you had smaller arenas, or like arenas that had verticality to them, and I think it'd be neat to see more variations on some of those like local to the village arenas.
Yeah, no, I could agree with that. It is your post, by the way.
Okay, let me go ahead and pull up my weapons list here. Let me take a look at whatever I want to make here. What do I want to make?
Yeah, I think World and Rise both have 2 arenas, right? So,
two village arenas, yeah. World has the special arena. That's true. It does. Yep. World has 2. Iceborne has 1, I think.
I think as far as locales go, every one they made fits really well into the game that Rise was trying to be. So I think that is... Oh, I gotta sound the gong.
What does the gong do?
I can't say I ever worked it out. I just like to watch her smack the gong. I think it's like a...
Is it Hunters for Hire?
People. No, I don't know.
By the way, we should exchange guild cards.
Why? It's my guild card. It's my guild card. You can't have it.
Oh, I wanted to so I could use the Hunters for Hire feature, but that's okay.
Okay, no, good call. I'll give it to you.
Oh, thanks. That was not hard to convince you of.
You made a compelling point.
37 Gunlance uses. Wow.
I like the ancient step from 4U. I think that's a good place. Oh, let's go. Yeah, Inagami. That one I would love to come back.
Inagami does have some pretty cool music.
I think Inagami would have made a lot of sense to bring back in Rise. But yeah, as far as the reworks they did for the locales go in...
Yeah, how do you like those? How do you like Sandy Plains and Flooded Forest?
I think that they were going to feel kind of empty no matter what, because Monster Hunter isn't quite... You know, it's not quite that game where you're, like, exploring and stuff. And they did provide enough in the way of exploration, in terms of finding those notes and what have you.
Those notes were pretty cool.
That was really cool. Yeah, I liked them. But
I definitely enjoyed my time exploring.
I think that sort of open world, like, not open, the more openness of the maps was perfect for the type of game that Rise was meant to be.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting.
I can't.
You go ahead.
I was gonna say I can't complain on that front.
Gotcha. I think it'll be interesting to see what they keep from that style of maps the next time they rethink Monster Hunter, whether that's a Monster Hunter 6 or like whatever step it is. I don't really care. Then when they move away from Rise, it'll be interesting to see what they choose to keep or leave. Moving on from it.
Yeah.
For me, I really like the open feeling of those maps, but to me, Rise maps didn't quite have it all in that, like, jumping back and forth between Rise and World, or like vaguely jumping back and forth. I haven't gone back to back, but going from Rise, playing a lot of Rise earlier this year, to playing some World nowadays, it strikes me how much more connected those maps feel to the main village, and like how much more, I mean, obviously more detailed they are because they're on a more graphically powerful machine, but the endemic life and like the little details of the map that you're allowed to interact with, whether it's environmental hazards or like those endemic life forms, whether you can use them or not, whether it's like little slinger ammunition or little monsters you can use to get like types of slinger pods or whatever. It makes it feel a lot more real. All of them feel like they're kind of moving around and doing their own thing, and you can find them in places that make sense for them. In Rise, I've said it a lot, the endemic life in Rise, while cool, they have cool functions and they have cool little designs, they're cute, they don't make much sense where they are. It's not like, oh look, that snail is like where a snail would be. It's like, oh, there's a snail floating there like a Quake pickup. Like, it's just, to me, it feels like I'm walking around doing like map control in like Quake 3 Arena, trying to get the quad damage so I can go ride my monster a second time. Like, I really would appreciate if they took the maps and made them a little more, maybe it's in Monster Hunter 6, maybe it's in Rise, but made the maps a little more like World's maps in terms of how real they felt and how the pickups and the monsters integrated into it. I really liked that about World.
Yeah, I agree. I think World's maps in general feel more alive. They feel more immersive, shall we say, less barren.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that there's in general more to look at, more thought put into the design, or rather the aesthetic design, not the functional design.
Yep. What Tuna Fish Man said is like true as well, where I really enjoy the Rise maps both from a traversal standpoint and from a gameplay standpoint. I think they're excellent. There is enough room that's like wide open for you to fight, but also areas you get to kind of like scramble around with the wire bugs. It feels really nice. I really love how it feels. Whether we have wire bugs or not, I kind of always want the maps to be like openly accessible like that without you having to like walk down corridors. I want to always be able to like climb up and around stuff, whether it's like a grappling hook or a wire bug, whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I want wire bugs to come back. I'm happy for those to just stay in Rise, but for what Rise is, they are perfect.
Yeah, for me, it's less about the wire bugs and the moves coming back, and more just like I want the maps to always be open to traverse, because it makes a big difference to me personally. Of them, like somewhere in between Rise and World's maps would be like, to me, just a really alive feeling Monster Hunter map that you could just jump into. Stuff's moving around, stuff's real looking. There's stuff to capture and fish and all kinds of endemic life rolling around, and you can climb through all the underbrush and get through stuff. I really like that. I hope it's in other games.
Yeah, I think that they could definitely include more traversal. Like, I don't know, make the Clutch Claw exclusively for traversal, and then I think you've got your solution then. Don't let me hook onto the monsters. Let me hook onto like parts of the environment, which you know, World already kind of has. But you know, it's just sort of stuck to like these few very specific bugs in places that you could just climb up anyway. So, you know, let me find the shortcuts. Let me make the shortcuts. Why not?
As for me, in terms of like what maps do I want coming back, I would really love to see Misty Peaks. It's not a very original answer, but and like it's not even that far off of the Shrine Ruins, but I don't care. I don't care if it's similar. I want the Misty Peaks. I know it's probably not gonna happen because they are similar to the Shrine Ruins, but the Shrine Ruins is like really neat and all, and it's got waterfalls and it's got big like green mountains, but it's just not the Misty Peaks, man. The Misty Peaks just had the leaves coming down. It had the rivers, it had the guard. I know Guardware, and I want it. I just want it.
That is fair.
And
I like.
In terms of maps we don't have yet, I want a tower.
Yeah, Cursed Blessing said that before. A tower would be pretty sweet.
That's maybe my #1 thing I want, is I want a tower. Even if it's just like a big segment of that new spooky looking map, like I want a tower that feels like the old towers.
Yeah, I like both of these things a lot. Oh, given the word schmick just came out of my mouth, I have a segue, or a sidebar,
what?
rather. Schmick?
What is that?
It's like Australian for good.
Oh, okay.
I got a question for all of the Americaners in respective chats. I got a letter in my mailbox recently that's read, and this was a promotion for something, that's your hint. Get more schnitty for your shrapnel. Do you think that from contextual clues, you could work out what this means?
Buckshot.
Pardon?
It's an ad for buckshot, for shotgun ammunition.
Okay.
That's my guess.
That's your guess?
Yep.
I want to hear some more guesses, and then I'll tell you what it actually means.
For your shrapnel?
I know what it
what
means, but I hate it. Yeah. More schnitty, S-C-H-N-I-T-T-Y, schnitty, for your shrapnel.
Yeah, ad for shotgun ammunition for buckshot.
Okay, all right. I'm interested. I want to hear some more perspectives on that one.
Feel free and chime in, folks, on what you think schnitty for shrapnel could be.
Yes, I'm beyond curious.
I've never heard the word what was it? Schmidt? What was it?
Schmidt? Like schmick. I don't know how you'd spell it. But
I've never heard it.
Spell it. S-C-H-M-I-C-K.
Ah, someone says scrap metal? That's a good guess.
Okay. I'm intrigued. Alright. I think I just want to tell you guys, because you're all way off.
Okay.
So schnitty for your shrapnel would be buying a chicken schnitzel or chicken parmesan for coins.
For coins?
Yes. So you would refer to your, I've got a pocket full of shrapnel. That'd be that'd be like silver coins.
We do not call pocket change shrapnel.
Yeah, like no one here does either unless you're like 45.
But you've heard it before? Like you've heard people call pocket change shrapnel?
Yeah,
I like that.
I hadn't
cool.
heard it in a long time. Hadn't heard it in a long time. But yeah, get more schnitty for your shrapnel was a pamphlet I received in my mail recently for a pub where I could go and buy, like, on Tuesday, a $6 chicken parma.
I think that's pretty snazzy, as it were.
Snazzy? That's a good one.
Snazzy, yeah. Ice-T is berating me for not focusing on my longsword levels. I agree with them. I should be at least in pink gauge by now.
Pink?
Pink, yeah. Pink gauge.
I accidentally 360'd on this dude just to not even block his attack.
Aw, I'm sorry. Okay, Ice-T is not berating me. They're glad for me. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Steve.
I'll berate you. How dare you have that be in white? Says the man who brought the ice gun lance to the ice monster.
No, you've got fire damage built into your shells. Don't worry, man. You're set.
Yes, perfectly calculated. As all things were.
Oh, I'm getting some jumpy berry off. Not more jumpy than normal. The laggy berry off.
I gotcha. He's using his instant transmission. He's one of them Narutos. You know, the kids love the Narutos.
They still do?
Thank you. Yeah, well, you know, I'm kids and I love the Narutos.
I'm kids. Sure you are.
Well, you know, I'm not a child, but I do enjoy. Anyway.
We are playing a video game.
Yeah, video game bad.
Not this video game, sure.
This
video game's cursed, but not bad.
Why 3U curse? 3U good. 3U hard. 3U make you work very.
You sound like Cha-Cha.
Yes. That's okay. No, I want to be the other guy. Kayama.
You want to be Kayama? You sound like Kayama.
Thank you. I don't like Cha-Cha. He's stinky.
3U make you work hard for a good drop.
We broke his mouth.
We broke a lot of bits, all at once.
We turned this barrier off into you.
Red gauge, pink gauge obtained. Razy leaves, of course.
Man, I love Barrier. Love this guy.
He's a good hunt. I'm not doing a great job at hunting him, I don't think, but it's a good hunt.
Yes, instant transmission was from DBZ. I was just doing a haha funny.
Okay. Well, we talked a little bit about monsters and maps. Is there anything else you think you want from Rise? I'm just really excited, personally. My favorite...
like...
You go ahead.
Sorry. No,
I asked the question and started answering it.
Your favorite thing, answer the question, and I'll answer the question.
My absolute favorite thing from Rise were the monsters' movesets. I thought for low and high rank monsters, they were incredibly varied in terms of how many moves they had to pull from and how fast some of the options were. And that excites me because that means Master Rank should in theory be even tougher and have more moves and be faster. And that sounds neat. So I'm very chuffed to see what comes next.
Yeah, mostly I'm just intrigued by what the dev team have to pull.
Sorry. Hey, I didn't even trip you because you were in the middle of a slam.
Yes. Hey, don't roar, please. Wait, oh, my hot drink is running. I should probably, drink it. I should make a longsword. It looks like fun.
It looks
fun. Like you're having fun.
I'm having a good time.
I might make Tenebrai or Tenebra.
What's that?
Actually, don't. It's the longsword that looks like a greatsword when you pull it out. One of the event ones.
Oh, I haven't done any events yet. I haven't downloaded them.
Oh, why?
I just haven't. We should do that.
But yeah, I'm interested in whatever Rise has to be, but I can't say that I want anything one way or the other, because mostly I just want more new monsters than returners, but that would be optimistic of me to say the least. Foolish to say the most.
I think there were more new monsters than returners in the base game, right?
I think that we found out that it was exactly 1/4 of the roster was new monsters, and the rest were returners.
Was it really? Huh.
Yep. It might actually be something like 1/6 were new monsters.
No way.
That could be wrong.
That sounds wrong to me.
Someone did the math for me.
Okay. Someone also said last week that Rise had no leg trips. Like all the leg trips have been replaced with head trips. And I was like, wait, what? So there's some people saying some odd things about Monster Hunter Rise. About Monster Hunter in general, but
yeah. Nakarala would be a very cool returner.
Yeah, that's true.
We bullied this barrier.
We did.
We took his lunch money.
We did. I never noticed how he has little spikes on the bottom of his chin. They look like they're there for like traction or something.
I don't think I even healed.
Well, look at you. I definitely healed.
But yeah, Naharala would be a really cool returner. What do you think of them? I know I said I want to Dia Morales back, but I would be completely okay if they just sort of left him here. But what do you think of them bringing back the big sort of capstone monsters, like Gogmazios, Delamadur, Dia Morales, Yamasukami, etc.? Do you think that would detract from the previous games, or do you think that adds, they'd add enough to it that it would just be a different iteration?
I feel like, I don't know. There are some that are so integrally linked to their original game. Like, to me, Elatrian and Fatalis don't really feel that way. But other ones do. Like, Dalamadur and Gogmazios feel so incredibly like just part of 4 Ultimate that it would feel weird to me having them in a different game, but I'm sure I would get over it immediately when they were announced, if they got announced to come back. There are certain ones that feel like they really fit to me, like Amatsu or Gen Moran feel like they would really fit really nicely. But I don't know, maybe I'm just being weird.
No, I think that's fair, and I'm mostly the same way. If they announce like anything's coming back, for the most part I'm not bothered. I'm mostly just of the opinion that it's like it could have been something else, but I'm happy to see it nonetheless. But I wonder if I'm gonna start paying for that complacence.
Yeah, I do, Ice-T. Sorry, I was just being weird. I don't know why I did it the way I did.
Oh yeah, Uchi. We didn't count Apexes in
No, but you're right, Phalacin. Judging by the numbers Uchi just threw in there, it looks like it's about like a little over a third are new and a little under 2/3 are returning.
I personally can't count the Apex monsters because they're like boneless deviants. Like not boneless.
Let me get that deviant boneless.
they're just sort of deviants with a little bit less going for them, shall we say? Like they have like things taken from their moveset, and that's probably due to the fact that they're either low or high rank, and that's fine. That's fine. But let's say 13 to 27 returners, like that's a sort of that's a skewed number, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that if they add armors to it, I think that we're sort of looking at something good. All right, what do I want to make? I want to make a switch axe today, but I shouldn't. It would be irresponsible of me to make another ice element weapon, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you make what you want, dude. We're just here to collect and have fun. I'm ready for whatever you chuck on the quest board next, man.
All right.
Tonight you have, you and I have personal Phalacin and Ristretto service. You get Ristretto service, I get Phalacin service on all my quests.
Oh, yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think I can go through this world without making the Legiacris sword and shield. I want it.
Let's do it. I may have picked a poor weapon to use on Legiacris, but that's fine. Maybe I'll switch to another one. Yeah, I'll switch to another weapon, actually.
What did you pick the switch axe in mind for? What do you think I was gonna pick?
I just almost anything. I have a pair of switch axe. I just don't like switch axe underwater very much against Legiacris. It would be okay. It would be okay.
The thing is, I'm up to high rank now, so we've got quite a bit of wiggle room in what we can do.
I'm not doing any high rank stuff quite yet.
Okay, we're not moving on to high rank? Gotcha.
Nope, I haven't done it in my personal file yet, so I'm not gonna do any in multiplayer. Sorry.
That's fine.
Tonight is a pure low rank grind fest.
That is completely fine.
But hype content, everybody wants to watch. We'll have fun though.
I don't mind low rank. It's comfy, as the kids would say. Lots of people, they love to call Monster Hunter cozy. Low rank, it's peak cozy. Let's make some stuff. Let's make some cool weapons, some cool jumping off points.
What did you want to make? You want to make the Legiacris sword and shield?
Yeah, I posted a Legiacris.
You did? I don't see it. Oh, what? You did? Oh, now I see it. It wasn't there for a minute. Weird.
That's okay. That's
jumpy,
how it goes.
Jumpy quest board. It's also not letting me join. I'm stuck. I have been disconnected. Oh no! R.I.P.
But you're still standing there with your bus and Legiacris armor.
I have you in my hunters for hire now. I'm gonna tell you to go hunt a Diablos. Good luck!
I don't like those Diablos. Oh, and there you go. There you go. Yeah, I think I've been having a really good time playing Gunlance on this file, and I'll play more Gunlance, but if I make some different weapons, then it's not just gonna be, oh look, it's this dude who plays exclusively Gunlance.
You do whatever you want.
I'd love to transition back to a dude who plays exclusively Sword and Shield, clandestinely by mistake. And then everyone will say, oh, look, he's done it again.
Yeah. I feel like we have so little to go off for Sunbreak right now that it's just kind of like some random speculation and like just kind of excitement. I have been disconnected again.
Oh. Well, that certainly can't be good.
No, not really. Okay, I'm good. Now, it looks like other people maybe have too. There were 10 people playing earlier, now there's only 5. Oh, God.
Maybe they all went to bed.
Today, Phalacin made our made our room the RP room, the private RP room.
I had avoided it every single time because I didn't want these kids to get buck wild, you know. I don't want them to say, "Oh, look, these two are peeing." But it's just, get this, the first letter of our online handles put together. It's distinctly, well, I don't want to say unsexy, but, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's distinctly unsexy.
We are doing RP. It, like, we are doing this RP room publicly, so there's only so much we can do here.
I liked your change of Freudian slip there.
You didn't hear anything.
Don't call us the Bang Bros for nothing. All right.
It's private, Uchi. It's private. Nobody's coming in.
Yeah, there's a secret Tetris password. Oh, I was playing a game the other day that had a Tetris-esque minigame. And I thought, man, I'm awful at Tetris. And then I remembered, Tetris is like the only other game that you play, right?
Pretty much. I don't do it often, really. But it is one of the only other games that I like religiously buy for my consoles.
Very true. That's it, Cursed. That's it. But instead of 5 feet, it's like 6 trillion miles.
Just two bros an entire world apart playing Monster Hunter.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta be dudes being bros. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nope. Nope. I enjoy that I get to have a bro from all the way across the world.
Let's do it. Yeah, it's nuts to me that through streaming you can make friends and adversaries that can live on other sides of the planet. And you can just...
Adversaries?
Yeah, you know. Uchi, he's my adversary.
Oh.
If he ever finds himself in the southern hemisphere, he's in trouble. You know what? If any of you find yourself in the southern hemisphere, you're all in trouble. Stay out of my hemisphere. Alright, the guy, Chris. This guy. When do you think you will be going to high rank?
Uchi is in the southern hemisphere.
Oh, yeah, well, he's in trouble.
I'm sitting here laughing.
Here I am. You know, someone has used this example against me before. They were like, well, you know, the part that it says south, you know, it should... Wait a minute. Uchi, is South America in the southern hemisphere? I should get educated.
It says south, Phalacin!
No, that is not how that works. South Africa, I don't think, is in the southern hemisphere.
It is! All of Africa is, to my knowledge. Or most of it. Maybe not all of it. Here's my silliness showing, but like I think most of it is.
Well, I'll be damned. A third of Africa is in the southern hemisphere. Alright.
Northern Africa is in, wait for it, probably the northern hemisphere.
Well, you know, not all of the south of Africa is in the southern hemisphere. Let me just put that out there.
I have a random non-Monster Hunter tangent for you. So are you familiar with like the general regional difference between the north and the south of America, like not of the Americas, but of the United States of America? How like the south is a bit more country.
Yes.
Do you feel like in the southern hemisphere y'all are also stuck with that particular like definition of southern?
Here's the funny thing. It's more the west you go, the more country bumpkin it gets, and the more north you go. So it's sort of like Queensland. They're the Bogans. Western Australia, they're the Bogans who live in the desert and do mining, so they're even more Bogans. And then you come down to like the southeast, New South Wales and, you know, Victoria. That's kind of a bit more like, you know, town or like city-esque.
Sure.
But then there are also rural parts to all of these states as well.
Yep. I get you. I was just curious. I was just curious if the word south meant like country all across the world, which of course it probably doesn't.
Not quite. Like, parts of this state are very country and rural. So there's like a lot of blending.
Yep.
In that way.
I mean, that's the same here. There's very like country flavors of where I live, and I live almost as far north as you can get in the U.S.
You wanna know what's insane? Australia is like almost as big as the United States of America, but we have a much smaller population. Like, you guys have 360 plus million people. We have 25 million people. And it is probably due to the fact that the middle of Australia is pretty well uninhabitable.
That's kind of cool.
It's cool that the middle of the country is uninhabitable.
Yeah.
It's very hot, apparently. There are people that live underground.
Really?
Yeah.
I want to read about the mole people.
If you ever look up a place called Coopapedi, there are people that live underneath like rock bunkers.
I'm joking. Yeah. I'm joking with you.
No,
if that's a serious insult people call them, I apologize. I would like to hear about people who live underground.
Here's the thing. No one calls them mole people, and I think even if they did, I gladly accept my mole people tradition. That's completely fine. That's completely fine. Anyway, today I learned
that South America's in the southern hemisphere.
Well, look, I just assumed that it being so close, like, connected to America, that it would be in the northern hemisphere. I never bothered to Google it. Sometimes there are gaps in your knowledge just caused by assumption. You know what they say, to assume is to make an ass of you and me.
It's
but
true.
Hey, I got that knowledge now, and I'll never make that mistake again. Anyway, this whole, you know, Uchi was previously safe because of my ignorance, but now he's not. You better start training, big fella.
What are you going to do? What is your medium of fight going to be?
Medium fist?
Fists?
Yeah, fist.
Okay.
Oh, see? The truth comes out. Parsec mech, Bean Dragon.
Bean Dragon.
You're telling me parts of South America are actually in the Northern Hemisphere? Oh, Uchi's gonna cut off his thumbs. We've
gone truly and rightly off the rails. All right, Mr. Phalacin. As of late, you have been playing one Monster Hunter Freebie Night, released for the PlayStation Portable, and you've had some experiences with that game. I'd like to hear about them, kind of where you're at in that game, and just kind of get to talk with you about it for a little bit.
All right, chat room. If you like Freedom Unite and want to continue not being mad at me, take a 5-minute stroll. Freedom Unite, I have decided that maybe I'm not having the most fun with it. It is a game that I respect immensely, because I can see a lot of the good bones, a lot of the good framework. However, I can't say that I have found all of it to be terribly fun. I did my first Shen Gaoren, and it was kind of cool to see him, but he was pretty underwhelming, because, you know, he's just a big old crab that has 2 moves, and he doesn't seem particularly fazed by you, and I think that's fine. Sensible for him to not be fazed by me. But, you know, I didn't have too much fun with it. And I'm not going to say that my entire experience was hampered by that, because, you know, he was, like, loud, and that is what it is. But then I did a Hypnoctress, something I was really excited for. I just found myself being really underwhelmed, because he was just a sort of riff on the Kutku thing.
He's exciting in that he's there, I think, but I don't know. He's not like a crazy difficult fight. He has some cool equipment.
Yeah, no, it looked neat. So, I don't like have any negative feelings towards Freedom Unite, but I think that in general, I found that the parts of it that I find frustrating are a little bit too frustrating for my liking, and the parts of it that I like are not. They're not really enough to keep me there.
Yeah.
So I think the transition to 3rd gen is more or less the sweet spot for me. In saying that, it's not like I made it to G rank, so I can't whinge too much. I can't say, oh, I fully experienced everything, but
you don't have to fully experience everything to say it's not really your thing.
Yeah, like I gave it a good 30 hours. I did my very best to enjoy it to the fullest extent that I could, but
I just had a thought while you were talking about. Oh, you go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say there were some monsters in particular that I just really didn't like, and some of them felt a bit cheesy, and they had sort of underwhelming movesets. So that's largely where I ended up on Freedom Unite. I don't think it's completely dead for me, but for now I want to sort of not make it my main monster.
Sure. I guess I had a thought while you were talking about Shen Garen there, and it's that when I first played through Freedom Unite, and I first faced Shen Garen and Lao, the siege fights I'd done thus far had been Nakarkos and Zora Magdaros. You, on the other hand, have done stuff like Dalamadur, and you've done stuff like Gen Moran, which in my opinion are some of the most fun, large siege fights in the series. So I can totally see why going back to Shen, you'd be like, this is neat and novel, but he's nothing really crazy.
Yeah. It's a peculiar experience, because, like, to sort of assess where it is, obviously the dev team aren't still on Freedom Unite, so, you know, that's not where they are. I think maybe if I played it contextual to the time that it came out, I would have enjoyed it more. But for what it is, I can appreciate the experience. I'm glad that I went to try it, but it just ended up being a bit too wonky and, for lack of a better word, tedious in my opinion.
I think it does take quite a bit of time to get past that stuff. Like, it takes quite a bit of time to learn the kinds of janky hitboxes you can expect from a host of monsters, or learn some of the ways you have, like, it takes a long time to build up a stock of resources in that game, whether it's like a decent armor set that requires a bunch of weird, like, bug part grinding, or like you have to get a rare drop from low rank, which only spawns in hub, or like weird stuff like that. It takes some time to get into that game. I was gonna say earlier that you referenced low rank Diablos as being a particularly underwhelming fight, and that's a pretty infamous one in Freedom Unite, where it for whatever reason they decided to make low rank Diablos dig and then sit there for sometimes upwards of like 10 seconds, or like at least around 10 seconds, doing basically nothing, just waiting to come up out of the ground. At which point you've had time to like make a sandwich, eat the sandwich, sharpen your weapon. Like you've had some time to sit there. I was going to say earlier that when I recommend Freedom Unite to folks, I usually do tell them about that. It's going to take a bit to get used to, but also something I usually recommend is at least dip your toe into High Rank Village and try progressing through it a little bit. The reason being that High Rank Village is unique in the series is that the cat that spawns in the village named Nakot, high rank village there, whereas the Granny's low rank village, has high rank monsters that have G rank movesets. So you get to taste what the G rank portion of the game would feel like with some high rank health levels and stagger levels instead. And I think that's pretty neat. So that's usually what I recommend to folks, is to go through a bit of high rank village, see what that feels like, and then make your call on what you think it is. Yeah, the high rank hub is actually easier than high rank village in that way.
Yeah, I think, alright, I might take that advice on board and give it a whirl.
You don't have to do much. I would just say check it out, see what you think of the patterns. Like, I guarantee you, the Diablos you fight in that freaking cat portion of the village, there's some scary Diablos in there, man.
I'm intrigued then. Yeah, I found that with Diablos, it was like, I timed out on that Black Diablos / Diablos quest.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, I timed out because they just spent so much time underground. And then I found out that sonic bombs just work differently in that game. And I was like, alright, I'll just bring a whole bunch of these and, you know, get them out of the ground because they're being really frustrating. Because I tried a couple of times without them. I was like, yep, I'm just not doing enough here. And I just felt bad for doing that. I never bring sonic bombs or like any items to negate stuff like that. Maybe a couple of flash bombs to get Rathalos out of the air, but that's more or less it. You
were saying you were doing a double double low rank blows, right? That's honestly, the time wasting is way worse in that quest than even the high rank or G rank ones. High rank and G rank, they speed up the particular digs there. There is some weird stuff in Freedom Unite like that that's just undefensible in terms of like, no one's gonna go to bat defending low rank Diablos' challenge is like, oh, you get to sit around and wait. I hear that levied as one of the main complaints about Freedom Unite, is that there are some monsters that just have moves that make you sit around and wait, and that's fair. I don't really think I can, like, there are some moves I would argue against their inclusion in that like particular distinction, but there are a lot of those moves, they're indefensible, I think. Stuff like Around the World on Rathalos or stuff like that, where like once or twice it can be goofy, but if it happens too much, that ain't fun.
Oh yeah, Azure Wrath, he'll do that all day. But yeah, I think largely my feelings on it are, the dev team are not in Freedom Unite anymore. That's not where their design philosophy is.
No,
so
hasn't been for a long time.
If it was still there, then maybe I'd be like, alright, I need to give this a bit more, because clearly there's something that I don't get. But to me that just says, hey, they've sort of moved away from a certain element, or maybe some stuff was born out of technical limitations, or they weren't too sure. So I'm okay with calling some of that stuff a little bit janky, but it has good bones.
You could consider it a primer for Monster Hunter Frontier.
Yeah, I think that makes me more interested in trying Frontier.
Frontier is essentially them iterating on that particular idea of Monster Hunter, but for 12 years, and getting a bit out of hand.
Very fair.
If it ever comes back in the form of a private server, I think having played through Freedom Unite will have you set to at least jump in and try it. It did me good when I started trying it. Absolutely. Not to say you couldn't without it, but I bet it would do you well.
I'm fascinated.
So
that's largely how it ends up for me.
If you don't play anymore, no hard feelings for me. It is one of the games that I hold more dear in the series, but I think that's partially because of when I played it. It was my third Monster Hunter game, but it was the first one I played all the way through, and it was my first G rank.
Yeah, I think if I'm being like completely honest, I was playing through it and sort of really doing my best to stick with it. That's why I gave it like 12, 5 to 10 hour episodes. It was like everyone's telling me, oh, it's my favorite one. Oh, it's the best one. Oh, I want Freedom Unite 2.
It takes a while to get to it.
Yeah, and then I get like drip-fed little bits of information like, oh yeah, it's my favorite game, but all the fights are pretty awful. Some of them are bad. Like Tigrex in particular really soured me. I think he's
What do you think of that guy? That's one of the fights in that game that's more controversial, I think.
I do not like him in Freedom Unite at all. And I would be completely fine with the information that maybe like I didn't get a part of him, or I needed to give him a bit more time, try and learn his nuance a bit more. But ultimately, it just came down to like, it felt like whenever he went into his rage, it was just, okay, no fun allowed.
I would say he's basically no fun allowed the entire thing. My thing, ever since I played Freedom Unite, my thing is that monster is wildly stricter than most of the other fights in that game in terms of how quickly he moves and how few the safe openings are on him to actually get damage in. And like, it's okay for there to be fights that are like that, but he is such a jump, even in low rank, he's such a jump from any of the other fights you're doing in terms of how strict he is in that way, and how fast he is, and how much damage he can deal, that to me it's like, it really takes some time to get used to the only few safe ways there are to fight him. But at the same time, that's kind of how, like, when you finally get used to it, or if you spent enough time getting used to him, you've beaten him in all 3 ranks, like, it kind of makes other Tigrexes feel a little bit, I don't know, they feel a little bit soft. And they're more fun to fight, certainly. They're better fight designs, but there's something about a Tigrex that just doesn't give a crap and will kill you no matter what. Like, that's just Tigrex.
I think that thematically, that is cool, but, game fun. Game meant to be for fun.
He is not a fun fight in that game, I don't think.
No. I enjoy... Like, here's the thing. I actually kind of enjoyed him. Like, playing Sword and Shield, darting around him.
Yeah.
His bad hitboxes, like, really kind of soured me. And then when he goes into rage mode, it's like, alright, he'll charge past me. I'm going to run up to him. I'll see if maybe he sits still for half a second so I can get a hit in.
Yep.
But then he doesn't, and he'll, like, turn around and charge again. So it's like,
yep.
Oh, here we go. So it's just like, I'm running down the clock until he's no longer in rage, and then I'm allowed to actually fight him.
I think somebody did actually join our hub just now.
Huh.
It says Enti. Could be Ensign Boot from my chat. Is Ensign Boot in chat tonight? Let me see.
Would have had to have.
So about that ERP, they are. It is them. Ensign Boot, what are you doing? Somebody booted up their Wii U.
Well, I'm okay with having someone sit in on a few hunts if they want.
Me too. This is a good night for that because we're just doing casual stuff.
Yeah.
Ensign Boot, if you would like to join our hunts tonight, I guess, what the hell, we have another spot. If other people would like to join our hunts tonight, you are welcome to, as long as you're in low rank equipment.
Mira, did you ever figure out your Wii U connection issues? It's not my usual password, no, I've changed it every single time, so people can't guess it, but I'm guessing old Risretto here probably showed himself putting in the passcode.
I did.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't mind even slightly. I like Ensign Boot. Swell fellow. This Lagiacrus feels like it's going suspiciously smooth. Why have I not died?
I don't know. You're good at the game, Mr. Phalacin.
I don't think that's
You have a beastly gun lance.
That's true.
Yeah, I like, when people feel that way about Free Night, Mr. Phalacin, I can't fault them at all. I don't think it's a game that's particularly easy to enjoy, especially not when you're like, it takes most of low rank to really get used to it. Maybe more than low rank, I don't know. I think it took until like towards the end of low rank until I felt comfortable with it, or like more comfortable with it back in the day, from what I remember.
My decision to drop it comes more from the fact I was just like getting annoyed at the game, like, and you know that's not fun to watch someone just
no, it's not.
sit and complain.
I had to do the same thing earlier this year. I dropped Freedom 1 because I played through all of its low rank village, and I was like, I'm not having enough fun to want to stream this each night. And I gave it a good college try. I gave it 50 some hours, and I was like, that's enough for me.
Yeah, I respect it. I respect the game, but I just don't think that, you know, I've experienced pretty much everything barred through monsters, and am I bummed out that I'm not gonna see Yamashikami? A little bit.
Did you fight Narga?
I did not fight Nagakuga.
He's in high rank village.
He's in high rank village? Well, okay. It might get another episode or two out, but
he's maybe one of the better monsters in the game because he was maybe one of the newest ones when the game came out. One of the newest designs they'd made.
Well, now that just tells me that I kind of do have to give it a whirl, and that's...
He's the flagship of that game.
Alright. Okay. It'll get another episode.
No shade if you don't, though. No shade if you don't. I feel like, in general, like, the hitboxes are probably the number one thing that you can point to and be like, some people are just not gonna be okay with this. Like, big hitboxes, I think they're dumpy, but they kind of make me laugh, and I enjoy working around them. Other people, they look at that and they go, that's not fair, I don't want to learn this, I'm done. And I don't blame them.
I enjoy doing challenge runs enough that it's like, how could I make this a fun challenge run? And then you see the dumpy hitbox and you're like, I can't make this a challenge run.
You can. They're all consistent. They don't change. I mean, like, they're dumpy, weird hitboxes, but you can learn them.
I know, but I like to use my eyes. I like to use my eyes to be like, yep.
Yeah, you use your eyes and you see where you get hit and how far away you were, and you go, okay, I won't be that close next time.
I don't think Rist is wearing me down. I think Rist is becoming a free therapist for Freedom Unite for me. Because I didn't really know how people feel about that game, and like I get drip fed bits, so it's like, oh, it's the best. So I've got that FOMO, that fear of missing out.
I don't think you should take people at their word when they say it's the best. It's not the best Monster Hunter. There's no such thing, but like, there are enough glaring issues with Freedom Unite that, like, no, it's not the best Monster Hunter game. It's not the best Monster Hunter experience well-rounded. It's an amazing experience all the way through. Like when you get to the end, it has been an amazing experience. 999. No, we're not playing on emulator tonight. We're playing on Wii U.
Yeah.
If you'd like to join our hub, let us know. We have one more spot. So, I don't know,
Did we get the head break? That's what I needed. I needed a horn.
No, check. Actually, I don't know if we got the head break.
Oh, no.
Ensign Boot, thank you for dropping down to low rank gear.
Not.
I appreciate you.
We did not, in fact, get the horn, but that's okay.
What do I want to make next? Let's see. Well, thank you for sharing about how you're feeling about that game. I think I mean, there were portions of me playing through that game where I was just sitting there going, this game is like, it's not fair. It's no good. Like, that part's no good. I don't like this. And certain things I came to like over time and certain things I never did.
Yeah, Cursed. I used to do that all last year when I started streaming 3U. We would do multiplayer nights and we would somehow fill the lobby with 4 people relatively consistently. And I thought, hey, that's pretty something. And it was, in fact, pretty something.
Can't get past Shogun's answer. I mean, dude, some of those hunts, I mean, like, Free Night, it's not easy. I'm sure you played enough of it to be acquainted with that, Phalacin.
Oh, yeah, no. It's, I enjoyed the parts of it that were, like, a bit more difficult, you know, more testing, shall we say.
And there's, like, there's good and bad bits of that, too.
Yeah, no. Double-edged sword, for sure. It just felt like a bit of an odd experience, I guess. But yeah, I think I just might have had a hard time with it. That's okay.
There is no baggy quest in the hub. I am sad. There's probably one in the harvest quest. I don't know. There's no low rank baggy quest. Okay. Well, instead of baggy, let me hunt. I want a Baroth.
Nice looking sword and shield.
Thank you. I'm doing something a little quicker so we can get back to your request, Mr. Phal.
Oh, don't worry about me at all. I will be spending a little bit of time in the next few weeks grinding this game so that I can... So when you're ready to progress, I'm ready to progress.
Gotcha. I'm going to be ready to progress fairly soon, I think. I have a remainder of weapons on my big list of weapons here to collect still, but we're getting down to it. I filled in a lot of this list of low-rank weapons. I have a lot of equipment. Ensign Boot asks if we want a low-rank baggy event. As long as it's low-rank Ensign Boot, we might do it next. That'd be nice. Thanks. Are you both ready? You're both ready. Let me make sure I actually have items. I didn't check.
Yeah, I'm good for whatever.
I'm sorry you didn't get your horn.
Hey,
next time we do a guy, Chris, I'll bring something to break the horn with.
My cat is looking out my window. I'm gonna show the world my cat looking out my window.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, thank you for sharing about your Freeman Night experience. I've been saying for years that I would boot up an emulator and play Freeman Night on an emulator with folks in a multiplayer night. If you wanted to do some Freeman Night multiplayer, not to like help you progress or anything, but just for the heck of it, I would be down to do that.
I did think if I was going to do the hub, like booting up Hunsterverse would be sort of a necessity for me. I think, like, not because too hard, smooth brain can't get through it, just because like it would be more entertaining to me to do that. So yeah, I'm prepared to give Freedom Unite another chance, and I think lately maybe I've just been coming at it with a bit of a bad mood. I
mean that's valid.
Yeah. But you know.
Arasi Sarika, we're in low rank still. I've completed all of low rank hub and village solo in this game. Not during our podcast, but it's my main game I'm playing through right now. I'm going to be moving on to high rank village sometime in the next week or two. I have just a few more low rank pieces of equipment I want to make. And by a few, I mean like at least a dozen probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start schmooving. Let's keep it up. Keep the ball rolling.
Ensign Boot has brought us a Jaggy Bowgun and the Yokomo set.
I did see that.
Thanks for joining us, Ensign Boot. Thanks, Big Bad Bosch. Cheers. We really like Monster Hunter. I think it's fair to say.
I too, Monster Hunter enjoyer. No rule.
Whoops. Is it time for another intervention? Not yet. It'll be time for another weapon intervention in a week or so.
Oh, you're gonna get hit gun from Modern Warfare 2 intervention?
No.
That'd be pretty cool.
We did a joking intervention where I told chat I could quit collecting weapons whenever I wanted, and they took a bet over whether I would actually quit collecting weapons. I did. When I said I would, ish.
Why would chat do that to you? If they really loved you, they would never stop you.
I know, right? Well, not all of them.
Fix your crippling addiction.
Some of them prefer the progression portion of the stream to the weapon collecting portion. They were saying that I was like starving my cha-cha children or something.
Your cha-cha children? Well, what have they done to deserve food?
Yeah.
What have they done to deserve to be fed?
No, my shakalakas have been pretty good. Pretty good to me.
Maybe, but they could always do more. Sorry.
That's fine. I needed the iframes anyways. Nice.
Actually, no, I'm not sorry. If you jump in front of my... I'm gonna do a big blast here. If you jump in front of my gun lance, that's your own fault.
That's exactly what a gun lancer would say.
But you did! You jumped in while I was blasting. That's exactly what a gun lancer would say. Yeah, okay. I can't believe I didn't iframe that. This game, rubbish.
Mr. Phalacin, are you going to be playing Rise on PC when it comes out in January?
That depends, I suppose. Like, I already have it on Switch.
I'm 100% going to be playing it. I really liked Rise, and there are friends of mine who I have not been able to play with in the past because I didn't own a gaming PC. I just got one. So I'll be able to play Rise on PC for the first time, and I'll be able to play with them. And I think I'll probably be tag teaming this game solo and that game. That game will be more of an abridged playthrough, though. Normally my playthroughs are quite thorough, but it'll be a more abridged one.
Yeah, I would get it to play with folks that I haven't before.
Like, only recently did I get to have my first hunt with Uchi.
Yeah, Uchi, he's fun to play with.
They're a good friend of mine, and it was nice to get to hunt with them. I want to hunt with them more, and like I want to be there as they play through the game that I like a lot. It would make me happy.
No, I didn't manage to jump back and guard in time to block the roar.
That happens to me a lot in this game where I feel like I'm just on the cusp of getting my shield up in time and I just can't. Oh, it's a boot.
Just blame it on the input delay.
Legitimately though, this is running not too good on my end here, on this Wii U. Like it's running around 30 frames a second, or like it's a juddery 60 or something, but it's not running good.
I wonder why that is.
Maybe I gotta repaste my Wii U or something.
What? Paste it?
Open it up and clean it out.
Yeah. I gotcha. I too have seen a computer in my lifetime.
I made it easier to understand.
I understand. I gotcha.
It probably helped. I don't know. I don't know if this performance is based on the Wii U itself struggling or just the port being like a janky port. I think it's just a janky port, but you never know.
Did N10 just drop a speedrun strat on us? Did
What'd
I
they
just
do?
see the...
Yep, you did the Felvine bomb. You can see it by their name. Yep, you can see it. They dropped a little Felvine bomb and they were using item clicker.
We're being Stunlance styled on.
We are.
English.
That's okay. If someone wants to walk in here as an HR 999 and bring their Felvine bombs and get blown up by fucking cats, they're welcome to. Maybe they didn't get blown up by cats on their screen, but they sure did on my screen.
And then get back here.
This is what we do to helpers.
Apparently our stream is very albumin-y, and by goodness, that's a compliment.
I don't know what that means.
Albumin?
Nope.
That's the proper term for the egg white.
Oh, right.
Why do I feel like we've had this conversation before? I've had this conversation with someone before.
It was me. You said that I was like... You said I was like the albumin part of the egg, and I asked what that meant, and you couldn't describe.
Yeah, no, I remember. I couldn't describe? I could describe. It's the egg white.
Well, yeah, you could say it's the egg white, but you couldn't tell me what calling someone an egg white meant.
It's a good thing.
Okay, sure.
I mean, define good.
Define albumin-y.
It's good.
Okay.
Now define good.
No.
No, you can't define.
Alright, hang on.
Yeah, sometimes
you won't hear this, but my chat will.
Okay. Good.
Okay, hang on. I'm having Google read the definition of good.
But yeah, albumin. We like albumin here. Yeah, Bones Day. I heard that one for the first time. Good definition.
To be desired or approved of.
Mm-hmm.
To be desired.
You know, if we strip language back to its, language is its primal. You just have to understand it.
Yep.
You know, good is good and bad is bad, and albumin is good and bones are good and no bones are bad and no albumin is bad and you know, we understand. The world exists not in shades of grey, but of course only black and white.
Oh, Ensign Boot, do you mind posting that baggy event for your turn?
Boneless? No, I want my pizza to have bones in it. How else am I gonna get big and strong? Hates yolks? No, I love yolk. Yolk is good as well. I enjoy all parts of the egg. I'm just saying that whilst the yolk has its uses, divorced from the albumin. The albumin has its uses divorced from the yolk, but together they make an egg, and an egg is good. The Dark Name and Sword. Oh, this is the one that I have to do actually to get the event sword that I was talking about.
Perfect.
So,
I think it's low rank, isn't it?
yeah.
If it's high rank,
Yes.
we're gonna be in rough shape.
No, it's.
I gotta download those event quests. I don't know why I haven't
Yeah.
yet. I thought I did. Maybe they get overwritten when you transfer from Wii U to 3DS and back again. I don't know.
But yeah, don't let the world trick you there, Arashi. There is it's how life goes. It's how life goes. To say that you like albumin is not to say that you dislike yolk, just to say that you like albumin. No. It's very simple. Also, what am I talking about?
I don't know.
And also, my cat's back by the window, so that's pretty cool.
All right. So just like you've been playing Freebie Night, you've been experiencing that game. I recently have been going back to Monster Hunter World on the weekends. This is something new for me. Usually when I play a game in the Monster Hunter series, I stick to just that one game and I focus in on that so I can retain all my muscle memory and make sure I'm keeping track of what I want to be working on and stuff like that. Switching around too much kind of throws me off. But something new I've been doing this fall since receiving that gaming PC I mentioned was I've been going back and experiencing World about once a week on the weekends to form some fresh impressions of that game. I haven't played it in like a year and a half since I last finished Iceborne, and it's been a long time since I last played base game World. Back then, like I said, it was my second Monster Hunter, so I really hadn't played a whole lot of MH back at that point. And it's been interesting.
Yeah, what? Define interesting. Let's go. And not in like a smart ass. I'm asking you to literally define interesting. But
Sure.
What about it do you find interesting?
Let's Google what interesting is defined by. No. I've been enjoying going through and kind of seeing things I'd forgotten about it. There are some things like we touched on when we were talking about Rise's maps earlier, where World's maps really do feel quite different from Rise's, not just in terms of the size of the areas or how they're connected together, but just the look and the feel of them with all the small monsters, and even how the monsters move around the map feels quite different. It doesn't always feel better. Sometimes it does, where like the monsters, when they're in the map, this is another detail I forgot to talk about earlier, is like the monsters in the map feel like they really go around and like they'll drink or they'll eat or they'll rest in a way that I don't really feel like Monster Hunter Rise's monsters do as much. I feel like both games are similarly, well, maybe not similarly flawed, but they're both flawed in different ways in terms of how the monsters actually interact with one another, in terms of it feeling like realistic or being good for combat. I feel like both games kind of fall a little flat at that. But in terms of the world itself, it feels so much more alive in Monster Hunter World, and I really appreciate it for that.
Yeah, I would say world, to put a word on it. A word on it? Oh, English is not my strong suit today.
It's okay.
It's dense. It's like very densely packed in a way that like there's always something to look at, always something to observe. Where Rise does not quite have that element. It's not always like, it's more spread out, for better or for worse. But yeah, World has a lot of very interesting components going for it. How do you think you feel about it comparative to your first time playthrough? Because we were touching on before how they've effectively changed their base game experience for better or for worse, with the defender armor and whatnot.
I think that when I first played World, I really liked it for most of the way through, and then as I got to the end of high rank, like the end of base World, I liked it less and less. Like when I got to the end, I didn't enjoy it as much as I did when I was playing through the game. That's my general recollection of it, but when I first got it, I was very excited about it. I bought a PlayStation just to play it. It was my first time like going out and buying a big video game console like that for myself as an adult, which was pretty exciting. And I mean, before that, I kind of played Monster Hunter almost by accident, whereas that was my first time going out of my way to be like, oh, it isn't just this game that's already on a console I own. It's like, oh, I'm going out here to buy this game, or buy this console for this game. And I really liked it a lot. I liked playing through it. I liked Lance and Longsword. I think this time playing through it, I think I'm enjoying myself playing through it still. It's still really it's still fun Monster Hunter. And some of the fights have interesting things that I'm enjoying getting better at, even if it's not like, some of the things don't make it, some of the aspects of the low rank difficulty don't necessarily make it challenging, which is fine because that's low rank. But other parts of it do, like getting used to how the monsters move around the world being different than Rise and how the weapons control being different than Rise and World, which is probably more than most people would really remember or point out, is like the weapons are quite different. The controls are different. How some of the moves work is different. There are additions and subtractions between the two games. There's quite a bit.
Yeah, I definitely...
But I've been enjoying that part of it. I think this time through, I'm realizing that, like, part of the reason I'm playing through it in general right now is because I don't think I'm going to have time to play through that game as thoroughly as I play through other Monster Hunter games on the channel for at least another year. Just knowing that this game will take a while, and then we have Sunbreak coming out. Like, I know that most of my next year of Monster Hunter is already spoken for, which is bizarre, but kind of exciting all the same. But I didn't want to wait that long to re-experience World, or to get to play with some of my friends in Monster Hunter World. And so I'm playing through it right now, but also because I think it's a pretty important game in the series. Whoops. I think it's a pretty important game in the series because it started a new era of Monster Hunter and a new idea of what they could do with the game design. And I want to be able to compare to that with some fresh impressions or some fresh recollections when I'm playing Sunbreak or when I'm playing Monster Hunter 6 or whatever.
Yeah, no, I think World in that sense is like very integral to the experience, and I'd recommend everyone give it a good red hot go. Oh, it appears that we're being rated by the world's
cutest gamer. There they are. That's pretty exciting, Phalacin.
It's true. I can't believe it.
Hello, the world's cutest gamer.
I hope that you guys are doing fantastically. Welcome to a joint podcast between myself and Bistro Chronicles. You can watch both of our perspectives here. Make sure you give him a look-see. How was your stream, cutest gamer? Thank you so much for being here. I truly, truly do appreciate it. And welcome on in, everyone.
Whoa, I've actually never heard this horn. Listen to this.
I'm listening. It just makes some clanging noise on my screen.
It makes some like ho, ho, ho noises.
But thank you so much.
Tribe of Tom asked if there is built-in voice chat. There is built-in voice chat for this game, but we're not using it. We're using Discord on our computers to do the audio for this stream.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, every 2 weeks, myself and Risredo Chronicles get together to speak about Monster Hunter and Monster Hunter related things.
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. I was just going to have, I guess, to those who just came in, that's Phalacin, and I'm Ristretto. We're talking about Monster Hunter tonight. Phalacin was recently playing through some Monster Hunter Free Night, and I was recently playing through some Monster Hunter World, and we're both sharing a bit of our impressions of it. I was just talking about how World feels to me to be an important entry in the series to have some, like, fresh impressions of, and so I'm enjoying going through the game and getting reacquainted with how the game is paced all throughout. It's been a couple years since I last played through World. But also, I'm reacquainting myself with it, and there are some things about it that I think I'm realizing on the second time through, I don't know if I'll ever enjoy how it does certain things. How it makes some of the weapon upgrades pretty streamlined from one to the other, or how it structures the progression quests, or how there's no village and hub split and stuff like that. Like, I think some of that stuff I might always prefer some other way, but that doesn't necessarily mean I don't like the game, or I don't like playing through it.
That's fair.
That's kind of where I'm at, is like I'm enjoying going through it, and like I said before, I am enjoying remembering how some of the weapons work in World differently than Monster Hunter Rise, and also learning. Like, when I played Monster Hunter World, it was my second Monster Hunter, and I didn't play all the weapons back then. So there's a lot of weapons I've never played. Like, I played Bow in Monster Hunter World for the first time the other night. I had a good time.
Yeah, I think World is very interesting. A lot of the weapons can feel a bit floaty. Like, they don't quite have the
feedback. The feedback.
Like.
Yep, I've been noticing that as well. I play without damage numbers in Rise and World because they distract me in a way I don't particularly enjoy. And I'm definitely noticing the lack of feedback on certain hits. It feels like Rise made that a little bit less noticeable to me. A little bit.
That's funny you say that, Ayla. What do you think of the perspective that World is baby's first Mon Hunt? Like, if you've ever played a Monster Hunter before World, you can be like, oh yeah, they're just a World baby, and therefore they don't get an opinion.
In some ways... Oh, you go ahead. You do yours first.
I think World has enough there that... Well, A, you should never be patronizing to anyone anyway. But I wouldn't say that you haven't experienced a Monster Hunter game if you played World. I think World is a really good first game.
Yeah. Yep. Someone recently asked me about what I thought the best first one was, and I think I said like whatever is the most accessible for the person you're trying to get into the series. So like whether it's like where they can play with you or whatever console they own is the best one they should start with. But for me, no, I don't think that World is baby's first Monster Hunter. I think there are some aspects of it that are like absolutely streamlined, like whether it's like you don't have to like there's not as much of a focus on preparing your items before a hunt because you can always get them from the box, and some stuff you just don't have to worry about bringing, like picks and bug nets and whetstones. Like that's fine. Like that game does not, like when they designed World, they were like, we don't want there to be a particular focus on preparing for a hunt in that way. You still have to prepare by eating a meal or by equipping the right armor, but items, not as much of a preparation thing anymore. That stuff is just a little bit less punishing to the player. There's a little bit less forethought going into that. But in terms of the actual combat, there's going to be some stuff that's easier. Like, I mean, you can back roll, you have more iframes, you have stuff like mantles that can be helpful that you didn't have in games before that. But in some cases, there are monsters that make up for that by being much faster than they used to be, or having more moves than they used to be. Not all of them. Like, some monsters in World are easier than other games, but not all of them. And I think there are challenges in the game that are worth experiencing and are going to be tough for whoever, even if they've played Monster Hunter, because World is just a different type of Monster Hunter. It's faster, it's more fluid, it has a different type of difficulty. So whether it's your first one or not, there are some things that are going to challenge you the same no matter what, like that.
Yeah, I think that that's not the worst perspective. I like World a lot, and I never feel like I'm being cheated out of the Monster Hunter experience whenever I go back and play it. That's a fun question that just got asked by the world's cutest gamer. Have we played Dauntless?
No.
I have tried Dauntless, and I don't know, it's missing a lot to me. I don't like it very much.
For me, it's like I have so many Monster Hunter games I still haven't played. Like, all of them are worth playing to me, at least. So it's like I'd much rather go and play another Monster Hunter I haven't played, or replay another Monster Hunter I have played, more so than play another one. Like, there's just, to me, Monster Hunter's never going to run out of content, I don't think. There's always going to be a new way for me to go back and play one of my favorite entries or something like that I'd probably rather do before playing a game that's just like Monster Hunter, but not Monster Hunter.
We should try Dauntless one day.
You'd have to pay me.
I have to pay you?
I don't know, maybe.
Alright, tell you what. I'll pay you and you pay me, and it'll be the same amount, and we won't.
That's money laundering. Probably.
Well, you know, tax evasion, the kids, they're all talking about it. You know, our favorite Nintendo icons, Yoshi.
Okay,
Little green dinosaur.
I will buy you an NFT, you will buy me an NFT, and then we'll play Dauntless and trade NFTs. And who's the wiser?
Why
do I have cool drinks?
I think that's a terrible idea, and the person peddling an NFT, you know, they win. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. But yeah.
But Phalacin, NFTs are the future of gaming.
Not even for like an hour. No. You pull up the NFT thing again later, because I know you and I both feel similarly about NFTs.
It's getting worse. It's getting worse. That's another reason I need to get off Twitter. Is there's too many NFTs on Twitter. It's bad.
I don't see too much of it, but I do laugh whenever I read someone like molding, because they're like, man, or they make like an unfunny meme because it's like, you know, this person keeps saying they're gonna screenshot my NFT. They're like wiping the tears from their eyes.
But they have their memes, so they're okay.
It's not that funny, you know, it's not funny to say you're gonna screenshot my NFT. Yes, I'm gonna take your monkey and I'm gonna draw MS Paint stuff over it. But yeah, NFTs, like, I don't think, well, you know, wild card, fun stuff. I don't think NFTs very good. I am diametrically opposed to them. If someone, like artists that I respect, I love their art. It's like, they say, oh, I'm selling an NFT, I unfollow them immediately.
That's how it is. These trying times. Alright, enough about that. I didn't really mean to bring it up. I don't feel well educated enough to really bring an argument against NFTs, except I think they're quite silly. And I think that it's clear that the value there isn't to the people who are making the art, but rather the people who are investing in whatever the currency is.
Yes.
In any case, I'm gonna go back to Dauntless and Monster Hunter World, and I probably wouldn't play Dauntless.
Let's go.
I probably wouldn't play Dauntless with you. I'm sorry.
Not even if we did it for like one segment, for like 2 hours.
Maybe for like an anniversary special of something. I don't know. Something special. Charity, maybe.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. We'll put that one on the back burner. We'll think about it. I'm not like dying to play Dauntless, by the way. I'm just sort of... I'm intrigued to see how you would feel about Dauntless. Even if it was like a 2-hour segment where we just shit on Dauntless, I'd be fine with that.
I wouldn't just want it to be that, though. I feel like that's like the low-hanging fruit.
Oh, absolutely. But sometimes the low-hanging fruit tastes the sweetest. Don't move, Barrios.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, no, it's not even that, Tokyo. You own... Sorry, I have to quickly explain NFTs. You own the word birthday. And that's okay, but imagine that the word birthday was in an art museum. This is like an example I saw once. And the proof of ownership of the word birthday, it's on display for everyone, and they can also take it home with them. They can use it however they want, and there's nothing you can do to stop them.
That's a cool
But
concept.
technically you do still own the word, and your ownership certificate is in like a janitor's closet in like basement level 5 in Silent Hill as well, and it's on a placard the size of your thumb, and also your name is in wingdings. Like that's NFTs.
You're telling me
So there's
that
no
like those. You're telling me that most of the NFTs you've seen haven't conjured up images of nicer typography than wingdings?
I mean, yeah, that's a...
I'm sorry, DeSantis.
Yeah, no, don't worry. We're not doing it too much. I just wanted to quickly explain it. You don't want to buy one. It's a fad. You don't want it. All right? That's largely... That's it. That's it. That's all.
As for me and Monster Hunter World, I guess the other thing that I've been thinking about that's really struck me is they've really changed the base game in a way that most other Monster Hunter games haven't been changed when their expansions come out. Like other expansions, you've got new mechanics for a weapon. Maybe it's a new move, or you've got a new type of armor skill that maybe gets added to some armor in that rank or something. The way they've changed the AI of the monsters in low rank so far has been pretty crazy to me, in that because they've added the Clutch Claw, because they've added some of the Iceborne moves, monsters, even if you're not using the Clutch Claw, even if you're just hunting them normally, like trying to kind of preserve what base world would have been like, monsters will stagger with a claw stagger, like almost twice as often as they probably would have otherwise. It's not like they put in claw staggers on top, like instead of the staggers that would have been there. They're like in addition to. So sometimes if a monster is really wrecking you, it'll still feel like Monster Hunter. You're still getting wrecked. But sometimes it's just like staggers are popping off every 20 to 30 seconds because you're staggering like an actual stagger, and then you're getting a claw stagger. And whether you use the claw or not, it happens again. I've never seen them really affect how it is to play through a rank like that, and it's a kind of a bummer. It feels like they busted the game in a little bit of a way. I'm trying not to let it get to me, and I'm hoping by the time you get to high rank, maybe it won't be as evident, especially if I'm not using defender gear, any of the gear they put in to make it easier to get through the game. I'm not using any of that. I'm not using armor geared for attack. I'm not using the strongest possible weapons. I'm using mostly just iron and bone stuff where I'm at in the game, and it's like they're still staggering left and right, and I'm not like a pro at a lot of the weapons, so it's just like, I don't know. If you were really good at the weapons and you were using the claw and you had the defender gear on, it's just like, I can't imagine it getting much easier than where it's at for me. I mean, like, I don't know. I've had some trouble with like Tobikadachi and Anjana when I didn't upgrade my armor or defense at all. Rathalos and Diablos were one-shotting me, but like, it's just weird seeing monsters stagger so much in low rank. It feels bizarre.
Yeah, no, I could definitely see that. And I agree, like, they should have just made it so that you don't get the Clutch Claw until later on.
Oh, you made it. You made your longsword.
Yeah, I did.
Sorry, go ahead, but I'm surprised.
Yeah, I got the longsword. I'm a longsword getter.
Cool.
I'm the biggest longsword owner of all time. Yeah, no, it's very weird. Like, they should have made it so that the Clutch Claw was not introduced until later. I think that you would be hard-pressed to find someone that's like, oh, I love Clutch Claw is the best. I think it was novel for the first couple of hours that you have it, but then you realize, oh, I have to use this thing. So that becomes pretty rough, I would say, but
I'm determined not to use it for a while.
That's completely fair. I'm like the same way. I always forget it. Every single time I boot up World, I forget that the thing exists, and then people will be like, hey, why aren't you using it? It's like, oh yeah, that's a thing that I could use to beat up the enemy.
I believe it is your post, Mr. Phalacin. So you can go ahead and post another Legiacris if you want to get that Legiacris sword and shield.
Sorry, N10 and I were bonding.
You're good.
I was running around in a circle with them, and it was very exciting.
That's just my last impression from it so far. Is like I'm enjoying playing through it. I'm enjoying learning how the monsters feel differently and how the combat feels a little different in World compared to Rise. I think Rise feels much more like up my alley in terms of I feel like it really sticks out to me upon playing through World that like while Rise is new and different from old Monster Hunter, and people have like talked about that ad nauseum in ways they think Rise is busted or not busted or whatever, it's much more filled with like just straight up fan service for like returning Monster Hunter fans, whether it's like the Japanese look from Portable Third or like the hub and village split or just how things feel, the heart, like the styles or the switch skills and the Soakbinder, it's feeling kind of lifted from GU, which is an older game. Like it really feels like there's a lot of just straight up fan service in that game designed to appeal to older Monster Hunter fans, and it definitely works on me.
I think that's very fair.
And it's interesting feeling the difference for that with World, where like it's clear that they were going for a completely new style of Monster Hunter and a completely new like tone and everything. Oh yeah, I do have more to talk about. Never mind, I remembered something else.
That's fair. Yeah, as far as like Rise and World go, they're not like the. It's funny you say that. I personally feel that World ends up being closer to the traditional Monster Hunter experience than Rise ended up feeling. And
why so?
That's why. Just it felt more grounded, shall we say? I think that's the one thing I don't enjoy about Rise as much. It's the option to just always get out of jail free by just like wire bugging into the air or dipping, and that stuff does feel good. You know, I don't need everything to be the traditional Monster Hunter experience, as it were.
Yeah,
and that's okay. Like I'm fine with World having its own particular brand of jank. I'm fine with Rise having its own particular brand. I wouldn't even call it jank because
Rise is pretty out there. It's just really out there in terms of like
yeah,
the affordances it gives you in that way. I think that kind of like how World can stand on like the reasoning of like, hey, we gave you these concessions of moving around with potions, and we gave you these concessions of like being able to restock and all this stuff because like the monsters move differently, they attack differently, the maps are structured differently. Like these things were made and designed with that. I feel like the monsters movesets in Rise, not all the time, but a lot of the time can at least make sense why you have those sorts of options, to me at least. I do agree that like that sort of stuff obviously isn't necessarily a callback to older Monster Hunter. That's just like its own crazy out there brand of Monster Hunter. That's its thing. But to me, I think a lot of the trappings of it, like I was talking about before, like the aesthetic and the way the game is structured, even some of the ways the armor works differently from World with decos and charms, is like it feels like a lot of stuff that's just aimed squarely at fan service for the fans. And I feel like a lot of folks kind of lost sight of that towards the end of the game, of just like, man, this game, it's not perfect. It's still very new and different, but man, there's a lot of stuff that's a lot more based in like the classic games than some of the changes that World made, which is interesting. I didn't see a lot of folks talking about that towards the end of the whole general Rise discourse over the year.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, personally, I think maybe a lot of the Rise discourse might have just come from the fact people were burnt out on Mon Hun. Like they got pretty hyped for Rise, and then it came out because, and you know, they were like playing GU or they were playing something, so they were like, oh, you know, I'm so used to this other thing now that they sort of, I'm gonna die.
Oh no, I don't have a life powder. I'm sorry. I was feeling the Legiacris advantage there underwater too. He was just getting me several hits in a row as well.
Yeah, I don't think I've played Longsword underwater in quite some time, but that's okay. Yeah, Rise is a very good experience, and I'm happy for it to be its own standalone-y thing, and that's okay. And I walked past the shortcut.
One of the other things that stuck out to me in my time with World is that I mentioned there are some things that I don't know if I'll ever like. I don't think I'll ever like that game's tone. The game is written really, really dry. For the story and the dialogue and the item descriptions, it's all very dry. Like there's still some some moments of levity. There's still some like bits of dialogue that are goofy or funny or like whatever, but it's few and far between. Whereas like in older Monster Hunter, specifically 3rd and 4th gen, it's like a lot of the dialogue. And even before that, you can go back to Freedom 1, and the Hunter's Notes are written with that kind of in-world levity with jokes, and like it's written really as like, it's written from a perspective of this person giving lots of examples of like in-world stuff that feels like, I don't know, it feels like they lived in Monster Hunter World more so than, I don't know. It's just, Monster Hunter World feels like it takes itself super duper seriously, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to jive with that. It's really struck me. Where like the other games, I will voice act the characters, where like I'll read the dialogue out loud and I'll come up with a different voice for each character. And like it's fun to read through because they use such fun puns, or like there's fun word choice. It makes each character feel very unique. World's just super serious. World's just super serious, every character. There are certain characters that'll be like a little this way or a little that way, but I don't think I'll be able to get down with that part. And that's okay. There's still other parts of the game I enjoy. I'm not voice acting it. I'm not enjoying reading through the dialogue. I'm just skimming because there's not much there.
Yeah, no, I think that's completely fair.
And like
I wouldn't mind them
go
taking
ahead, sorry.
a more serious tone, but the serious tone needs to be cut through with like the traditional Monster Hunter stuff. And I think adding a serious tone, just in terms of like general story writing, can be weighted really well, but it has to be used against the backdrop of something else. Otherwise, it's just like dreary and kind of meh.
Yeah, I feel like you can still do a serious tone as well while giving the characters interesting word choice or interesting dialogue. It just feels super serious. I don't want to use the word generic because that's not quite right, but it just feels like it takes itself super seriously, and they're just describing things without much flair or pizzazz. It feels very straightforward in terms of the dialogue. Doesn't feel particularly, I mean, like there are bits like where's my Dragonator, like yeah, there's stuff in there, but it's just like the bits there are few and farther between than any of the other games I've played recently. It does feel flat, like Parsec said,
which is have like elements of where's my Dragonator, it kind of feels like it's, you sort of are confused as to what the tone of that line was meant to be. Like it wouldn't strike me as too funny, I guess. The world's cutest gamer asks if we have talked about the tower defense stuff, and I'm going to assume that they mean the Rampages from Rise.
Yeah, I don't know if we have talked about that. We can talk about that next.
It's funny. I don't feel. Oh, yes, we will. Yeah, let us talk about that next. I haven't really considered any feelings on it, but
really,
yeah.
Well, I'd like to hear you think through it.
Yeah. No. World, it's a very interesting beast. I appreciate it for them trying different stuff, seeing what works, seeing what didn't. And I'm excited for the next entry. I hope that they remain, and the keyword being meaningful here, I hope that they keep some elements of meaningful innovation, not just innovation for innovation's sake.
Not just change for change's sake, yeah.
Yeah. Like, if they have a very specific ideal about what it is that they want to do with a specific change, or like it feels like it was done with intent and not just for like the reason of, yeah, you know, change good.
Yep.
And that'll be meaningful.
Yeah, I get that. I talk about this pretty frequently where I feel like there are some different eras of Monster Hunter throughout the series. I might have even talked about that earlier tonight, but to me, World felt like a very clean break from them deciding we have iterated on this last idea of what we thought Monster Hunter gameplay could be like, and now we're going to start fresh and start iterating anew. And it feels like already seeing where they've taken some of the ideas from World and changed them up for Rise. I'm interested to see where they keep iterating and pulling things from Rise and World and wherever else, whether it's their new ideas, things from the older games, whatever. I'm really excited to see them keep working towards whatever they believe the most fun way to play a 5th gen inspired Monster Hunter will be. I'm just excited to see whatever it is they get up to.
Yeah, that's the only reason that might make me go, Sunbreak, whatever. And it's not even like this. It's just, if I was to feel this way, it would be, I'm excited for 6th gen. I want to know what that looks like.
Give it time.
Yeah, I should just enjoy what's in front of me, but sometimes you're just looking forward to dessert, you know?
I think that I think that it'll be definitely worth the wait. If you imagine how much time they'll have had since Iceborne wrapped up, like over a year ago now, to work on a next generation Monster Hunter for the next gen consoles, it's gonna be freaking amazing.
Remind me, Sunbreak is February?
No, sometime next summer. We don't have a date yet. Rise PC is January. Sunbreak is next summer sometime. So we've got some time. Presumably it will be at least the year after before frickin' MH6 World 2 Electric Boogaloo, whatever it's called, comes out. So we've got some time still before MH6. So like when you think about it being over a year since Iceborne finished up, it's been almost, it'll be coming up on a year since Rise came out, and that was over a year when Iceborne had finished up after that. So it's like when you think about how much time the main series team, because there are 2 teams in the series, there's a portable team and a main team. When you think about how much time they've had to work on that game, it's going to be freaking great.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued.
Something I'm excited about is, like, to me, both World and Rise feel constrained in one way or another, where World, to me, it seems like there are some clear examples of them just not having the money or the time or the staff or something. There's no explanation for them to have generic item descriptions, like a Rathian scale, common, used in crafting, supple. Like, there's one adjective per monster part. That's it. It's very consistent. A Rathian plate, rare, used in rare crafting. Like, just it's very generic. And like that's not more serious. That's just they just didn't put the time in. And like that's okay. They were clearly working on other stuff. To me, that's how it feels with like the weapon designs. Is like whether they had another system in mind for the weapons, or like a customizable system or not. Like, I feel like it's clear they just didn't have enough time, didn't have enough resources. And Rise to me feels somewhat the same way, where clearly they got the armor and weapons under control. They're all really unique designs. Like that's one of the reasons, I guess that's another thing I haven't been really jiving with in World is like, dude, when I play these games, I love collecting the designs, not just to use them, but just to collect them up because it's fun. And that's just not in low rank World. It's all bones. It's all iron all the way down. It's rough, dude.
Yeah, that
it's
part,
sad.
Like, it's a bit of a bummer.
So like, I feel like, sorry, you go ahead. I feel like I'm talking over you a lot tonight. I apologize.
You're not talking over me at all. You're a warrior. You're a big warrior guy. Don't worry about it. We're here to talk. Get your points out there, King. Go on. Please finish your thought.
I feel like World was constrained in that way. I feel like Rise was similarly constrained in that, like, clearly it didn't have as much post-launch content, whether it was events or like fun festivals or anything like that. Like the scope was just not there. Like there's more paid-for DLC than there is event armor, and that's just a bummer, dude. Like that sucks. Same with like the fests. There were no fests. Like, and like, granted, I didn't enjoy about World that there were scheduled events you had to like tune in for, or you'd miss them, but like, the fact that there were no fests at all, no sort of fun festivals like that, after we had so many cool ones in World that were genuinely really fun to tune in for and get hyped for and join in and do, like, that's just a bummer. So I'm hoping that Monster Hunter 6 will be able to, now that they've had a couple games to make maps, they've had a couple games to reintroduce skeletons to their newer engines, they've had a couple games to reintroduce assets and remake armor and weapons and do all that stuff. I'm really hoping that Monster Hunter 6, especially since World was the freaking best-selling Capcom game of all time, I'm really hoping that 6 will just have no holds barred, whatever they want, to be able to fulfill their vision, whether it's more staff or time or money. I want it. I want them to be able to just do whatever they want.
My concern is that they'll look at the fact that it sold the way it did, and as a result, fall back on some of the ideals that hampered the design of World. I don't know. Just on the note of like the generic descriptions, I was gonna say, speaking of Capcom properties, the descriptions in Resident Evil are really what kept me in that world. Like, if you've ever played Resident Evil 1 Remake, which I know you haven't, they have like, you know, you'll just walk up to a random dresser and you'll press the interact button. It'll be like, the sheets in this dresser are damp and smell musty, and it's better worded than that. But
gross.
You know, it does a good job of like, you know, I can imagine a musty smell. It keeps me in the mansion. It keeps me in the world. It keeps me there. And I think that that's really, really valuable. So I can totally agree on the, like, you know, I want to know what the texture of a Rathalos scale is. Like, you know, what's a Devil Joe Crook?
Yeah.
What's a Zenajiva gem made from? Like that kind of element. Did I get that horn? I think I got a horn.
I got a horn.
But I didn't.
I just spent it, though. I made the Lagai Chris bow.
The world's cutest gamer asks us, what's a crossover we could want in Rise? And I think we've touched on this before, and I have no meaningful thing to add. I thought, I don't know what we'd like.
I'm just gonna clarify that I just don't play other games and I'm really boring, so there's not any other crossovers I really want, and I didn't particularly appreciate the crossovers in World. Like, they were neat to see so much effort put into them, but it felt like they really sidetracked the game's updates in terms of their prominence. Like, they both felt like very prominent occurrences in that game's content feed, and that sounds all dumb and corporate, but like, particularly the Draken armor over-centralized so much about base game that it really soured me on the end of that game, and it left a bad taste in my mouth. Like, the fact that debatably one of the best armor sets, one of the very best armor sets in base World, was from some random monster from another game that I don't care about and that everybody felt like screaming about forever. It was just like, you're gonna make this brand new Monster Hunter game and then the best gears from some random thing from another world that's not even a Monster Hunter monster? Or it's not even a Monster Hunter monster? That's lame. That's how it felt to me, and I'm still kind of salty about it.
I don't think it bothered me too much.
You
like
play
Draken
Final
armor.
Fantasy though.
I did not at that time.
Ah, okay.
I started playing Final Fantasy 14 as a result of the Monster Hunter crossover.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I saw Rathalos was in that game, and that's what intrigued me on it.
So I'm pretty biased against those crossovers. You go ahead and you say whatever you'd like about it, though.
Yeah, it didn't bother me one way or the other, because like even looking on it in hindsight now, it's like Fatalis armor is bar none the best armor in the game for like the end of Iceborne. And I suppose you're right, it is
in the base game though. Like Draken, there were AT sets that were better. Like better for optimal stuff, but for the average player, making the Draken set was way better than anything else. Way better.
Very true. Very true. I think that Monster Hunter has always kind of had that problem, though, of like...
Yeah, but it wasn't from some random monster from an unrelated game.
Okay, but that doesn't bother me.
It does bother me a lot.
And that is fair. I think,
It's fine that it's fine it doesn't bother you either. It's okay. I understand that.
Oh, no, that's completely... Like, don't think that I'm trying to utter your opinion. What I'm saying is... Monster Hunter has always had the problem of something objectively has to have the best numbers. And it doesn't bother me what it is, but I think as far as like the skill system goes, unfortunately we're always going to get kind of a stinky monster that has the best numbers attached to its
I don't care about that. It's just the fact that it wasn't from Monster Hunter really pissed me off.
Do you think they considered that in the balancing? Or do you think that maybe because it was a crossover, they were like, well, it would kind of suck if we reeled in all of these Final Fantasy nodes and then the armor just sucked.
That's
like,
kind of how event armors have been. I mean, like, they've been like niche useful stuff.
But they've always mostly been... Yeah, no, you're right.
I mean, like, there's
right,
Star Knight. There's Star Knight, but that's not really a crossover as much as just like a cool armor set from a collaboration with something from Japan.
Yes. But, yeah.
When you think of like the Samus Aran armor or the Link armor, like, I don't know. There's exceptions where like the Marth's armor, the Lodestar armor in GU is pretty good, but like, there's nothing like Draken. There's nothing like Draken from other games.
I think I've said it. If I've said it once, I've said it a million times. We need to move towards skills being geared around a specific weapon rather than just a general thing have lots of crit good, me hit big number.
Yeah.
That's largely how I've always felt. Like, I don't know, if they made the Draken set, which, because it's meant to be for Dragoons from Final Fantasy, if they made it some, like, bar none, ridiculously good, like, aerial insect glaive set, not only would that be more thematically fitting, I think that would have been more fun. And I want more sets that are based around the fun of the weapon rather than the optimization. Yeah, I don't want big number. I don't want...
Me
I
neither.
don't really care about that.
Me neither.
I don't really care about
At this point in time, I don't really care about big number either.
I want to be encouraged to play the game in a different way. Like, I want to be able to use, like, different aspects of the weapon. And I've done that. Like, sorry for taking...
You're good.
2 sets of the first aid man. Like, one of my favorite sets that I made in GU was just this stupid, like, KO set for the... Like, all based around the Shoryugeki for Sword and Shield. And I love that set. It's so satisfying to, like, use the Shoryugeki, dunk a monster, just beat him up. I think that's really cool. So I think leaning into being able to change what playstyle you might like within the context of a different weapon, because there are lots of ways that you can utilize different aspects of the weapon. Like, great longsword. You know, you never charge it up, you just swing it around. Like, there are some fun builds you can do with that, etc., etc. I think with the crossovers, being a bit more smart about how they play those close to the chest would be better, I think. Anyway, we got off track there, I think.
No, it's okay. We were talking about something from chat. It's all good. And we were talking about World, which is kind of what our last topic was for the night, really. I'm okay talking about Rampages, if you have any thoughts about Rampages. I don't really have anything more to add about the crossovers from World. I've talked about that often enough. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever feel better about that. Which is dumb.
I don't really feel any which way about the Rampages, funnily enough. I'm glad that they're there, but similar to, like, they're like Rise's siege monsters. They're fun as a palate cleanser, and they're fun to do sometimes, but I'm glad that they don't feel like I have to do it. Like, you know, you're doing a multiplayer hub with friends, and then, like, you've done, like, 5 quests in a row, and it's like, yeah, let's just do a Rampage to kill some time. Like, that's all I really feel about them. I don't feel too negatively about them. I don't feel too positively. If it was all the game was, I would hate it.
Yeah. How would you feel if you were somebody who was grinding for a specific charm? Let's say you're like somebody who's either you really want to do the fights as well as you can, or you're a speedrunner or something, and you do end up doing those Rampages a lot. How do you think you'd feel about it if you had to in order to get some end game gear?
In order to get some, I think some end game gear being locked behind it wouldn't be the worst thing of all time. Like, they put it in there, they should utilize it.
Yep. I like it as variety, like you said, where I think, especially, I don't know, initially I really didn't like it. Just from the second I saw it, I was like, oh god, I don't know if I like this. To me, one of the important parts about Monster Hunter is that the enemies are substantial. They take a long time. You have to kind of focus on learning the moves and dealing with their individual threats and stuff. And so to trivialize them into essentially tower defense siege waves, it didn't jive with me at first. It still doesn't in a little bit. Like, I still wish it was something else besides the regular monsters. Like, I wish it was some kind of special weird siege monster that was, like, supposed to be a little bit less fearsome. Because gunning down, like, that many Kazoo all at once just feels kind of anticlimactic to me. But at the same time, I did grow to really enjoy the variety that each set of Rampage objectives gave. And when I focused on trying to clear as many objectives as I could in each Rampage, I really came to enjoy it, because you had to really think about throughout, like, when you had that list of objectives, you wanted to clear as many of them as possible. You had to think about, okay, which one of these do I want to do early in these waves? Which ones do I want to do late in these waves? How do I want to do each one? Especially solo, it was pretty rough.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think I've described Rise as arcadey more than once, and I think the Rampages contribute to that, and I'm okay with that. I'm glad for them to try whatever. Don't do it for everything. Don't give us Rampages 2 Electric Boogaloo. But hey, when I didn't even know about the Rampages existing initially. I didn't, because I stayed away from, like, all of the material from Rise. I didn't know that they were a thing. So they were cool to see, but yeah, I have, like, actually no strong feelings one way or the other.
That's fair.
Like, I guess if I was to change something about them, make the objectives a bit more interesting. Make I know that there's now an Ibushi event quest that is not Rampage only.
Yep,
so
there have been quite a few tough event quests added recently. I've been thinking about going back and doing a Rise night or two.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty fun. I'd like to fight that version of Ibushi. Yeah, let's go.
What a speedrunner you duo are. Wow, look at this coordination.
Oh, let's go, baby. iframes. Something I feel like I can do in this game, and I just can't do in Freedom Unite because I'm bad.
Yeah, I think each game has different timings for iframes, so it's not surprising to me. There are certain games I just can't do very well with iframes, and other games that I just come back to and I can still hit the iframes even if I've been away for a while. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna be playing, like, Dark Souls and stuff like that all of next month, so I can't wait to just be an absolute mess when it comes to, like, podcast days. It's like, I'll try and iframe something using the soul's amount of frame advantage, and it's just, I'm gonna get hit, and then I'm gonna complain. Please stagger.
I was also betting on a stagger there. It didn't happen.
That's why
Parsec,
we are not gambling them.
Parsec asked me about the Rampages. If it had been monsters, if it had been smaller hordes of monsters like Jagras and Azuchi and Ragi's like small monsters, if it would have felt better. I think it would have felt less incongruous with the rest of the game to me. Like, it doesn't make much sense that like those monsters in the Rampage are suddenly so much weaker. Just like ringing the magic gong and suddenly dealing like bajillions of damage doesn't really do it for me in that way. Like, I don't particularly like, it never feels to me like your weapon really matters outside of if you brought a status weapon or not, so you can get those status procs for that one particular objective. Like, it doesn't really matter what weapon you use. You can use the ballista, you can use your weapon. It doesn't matter a whole lot. You're dealing lots of damage either way. So, I don't know. I wish that they had come up with a monster that felt thematically like it fit. Like, if it was just a bunch of small monsters, it would feel kind of silly. Like, you're defending the town from this, like, horde of Jaggy, like, whatever. Like, that's not that much of a threat. But at the same time, I wish there had been some kind of intermediate, whether it was like spawns of like little weird serpent spawn from Ibushi or Narwa, or like whatever it is, just something that felt more like pressing in terms of like, we have to defend against these things, and like once you defend against the small ones enough, a big threat comes. Like something like that felt a little bit less like, oh, it's like really weird wimpy Kezu, and then all of a sudden the big Kezu. Like, that's just kind of janky to me. Doesn't feel great, I don't think. And I also just don't like the weird, like, oh, your weapons don't deal good damage until the end, and then all of a sudden you deal buttloads of damage, where you barely have to really think about using your weapon like you normally would in combat. Like, you can still use your strongest moves, but it doesn't really matter. And I think that's a pretty common complaint about Rampages, that like it doesn't really feel like, outside of if you're trying to complete the objectives, like if you're just trying to clear the quest, it really doesn't matter what you do for the most part. And I feel like more stringent, more strict requirements or more strict ways you could clear the quest, like maybe you have 2 or 3 different ways you can clear a Rampage, but you have to focus on them. Like, that sounds more interesting to me than just like, everything's good, the ballistas are good, your weapons deal a bunch of damage, like the monsters die real quick. Like, I failed one because I suck, but like it's pretty hard to fail one.
What if, okay, we have like a whole bunch of the smaller, weaker monsters, and then, you know, let's say at the end of each wave, and we have like 3-4 waves, and it'll end up taking like 40 minutes of your time. You know, we beat up all of these monsters, and then at the end we have the big monster, and he breaks all of your ballistas, and he breaks the gong, and you have to fight it in like this sort of condensed arena.
I think that sounds
Do you
great.
think that? Yeah. Okay.
Like, like when
would...
Ibushi and when the Apexes feel kind of like that, I think it's kind of cool. I wish that the gong mechanic wasn't there for those. I feel like I didn't really understand how those Apex monsters even fought, because there was so much going on in the Rampages until we got those quests that had the Apexes outside of the Rampages, where you can actually see them target just you, or just you and your Palico, and like aggro onto that, and then you can kind of get a sense for how the moves work. In the Rampage, there's so much going on between them going and like roaring and charging up, and like them targeting the installations, and them targeting other people, and them targeting you sometime, and them targeting the gate. That's just like, it's hard to even get how those monsters work. It's hard to see their moves, and like when you go back to it after having learned the fight elsewhere, it kind of clicks. You can see the moves, you understand how it works a little better. But to me, it just feels like it doesn't feel much like fighting a monster at any point in time. Maybe Ibushi, but like that's kind of it. I don't know, it's weird.
That would be one of my chief complaints. The Apexes felt like they were tuned with their moveset in mind for the... tuned in mind for the Rampages. Yeah, sorry. English hard. They felt like the Rampages were the focus there, and there was nothing else. So therefore... they feel like they're kind of lacking in the moveset department. There are no...
I disagree, but you can go ahead. Yeah, there are no Arzuros, it's true. There might be Arzuros event. But no, I disagree about the movesets. The movesets are incredible, I think. Like, they add quite a few moves, and they add moves that are tougher, and the patterns are completely different from the regular monsters. I mean, like, there are still some similar patterns that are built on the regular monsters. Maybe they're similar to, like, Deviants, but I still think that, like, even from the Deviants, they're going to be a little bit faster, a little bit different, because they're in 5th gen Monster Hunter, and they flow together a little bit more fluidly, and you have 5th gen movement mechanics to get around them.
See, here's the thing. I felt like they were missing stuff that the Deviants had.
I can't compare. So, I haven't fought the Deviants.
Yeah. Maybe I'm poisoned on the fact that I have that sort of prior knowledge, that prior comparison. So that makes it a bit harder for me, but yeah, that's sort of by and large where I fall down. It feels like they took things away from already existing monsters, and had it have been, you know, Bloodbath Diablos instead of just this sort of goofy Apex Diablos, I would be okay with that. But it just, that's what I meant by boneless. It feels like they had less going for them.
I gotcha. That's fair. If you were comparing, I think there might be Narzo's on this particular gathering quest. That's why I picked it.
Yeah, let's go. I need my Switch axe.
I think, I don't know. I can see that perspective. That makes sense to me. Yep, that makes sense to me.
But yeah, that would be my chief complaint about the
To me, they just further played into my enjoyment of that game's particular movesets. Like, I think monsters in that game have so many moves, and to me, that's one of 5th generation strengths in general, is like, you've buffed the player movesets and player weapon kits so much that, like, you can deal with any monster numerous ways. You've got so many options for damage, you've got so many options for safety to get out of the way, that learning a monster, it comes down to being able to read the moves, and the more they add like fluid animations to it, and the more moves they add to the move pools, the longer it takes to learn a monster, not in terms of like, okay, where can I stand and what are the timings for me to get these openings in, but instead, like, what are all these different moves the monster can pull out? What are all these different variations on these patterns? And like, I like that kind of depth. To me, that feels like a kind of depth that really fits with 5th generation. Is like, if you're gonna give us really intense over-the-top tools from the player, you got to give us over-the-top variations in the moveset, really loads of moves to pull from, to learn from, and learn around. And to me, it honestly reminds me of Monster Hunter Frontier. Monster Hunter Frontier had that exact same sort of difficulty. I mean, like, and it had other parts too that were less favorable. But one of the things that Frontier did right is it gave monsters loads and loads of moves. That's one of the things that struck me coming from Freebie Night and playing Frontier, was like, wow, on average, even these monsters that I fought before in Freebie Night, not like a hardcore, crazy, like, over-the-top version, just like regular old Gypceros, has like so many more moves that you have to learn how to deal with and learn that can come out at any given time. And it had over-the-top movesets and styles to deal with it. And I think that that's, I mean, if you're gonna give players more and more tools, you might as well give them as well more and more complex monsters to have to learn around.
I agree, and I think that's part of my biggest problem with Freedom Unite. It was like everything, like nothing felt too special. Like, that's why Hypnocatress was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. I got up to Hypnocatress expecting something a bit different, but it was just a Yarn Kutku that could, oh no, you've disconnected.
There's no, I abandoned, there's no Arzuros here. I'm sorry, I thought there was.
No, that's fine. No, that's okay.
Yeah, Uchi says they also increased those movesets over 12 years. Yeah, of course. But I feel like, I mean, I don't know. I think that I really appreciate that about Rise, is that, I mean, like, Rise isn't at Frontier level in terms of crazy player movesets or in terms of crazy movesets, but I think it fits with how 5th generation has structured weapon kits and structured player movement and player safety.
On this quest.
There is? Oh, yes. I didn't stick around long enough. Well, you can kill it. That's fine. I'll go check my farm and stuff. You need the equipment, don't you? You gotta wait a bit for it to spawn in. Oh, I was impatient. I'm sorry. If you're already coming back, we can do it again. If not, that's fine. You can kill it.
Oh, I can come back.
Okay. My apologies.
This is a family show. You got nothing to worry about.
Okay. My apologies.
Yeah,
I was
Rise,
impatient.
I feel like Rise didn't give the monsters enough, and I think that's not a hot take either. And you know, you mentioning Frontier monsters had so many tools to pull from.
So many moves.
Well, yeah, moves, tools. Sorry,
I was wanting to make sure you weren't saying something different. That's all.
No. Yes, moves. So many different more moves to pull from. I just felt like the Rise monsters couldn't keep up.
Yeah, I think you're correct. If you use all the tools they give you between the Wyvern riding and all the silk binds that you can spam and all of the items that you can use, like, yeah, I don't think they pose an immense threat. I don't think it's the hardest game in the series. But if you don't use all those things and you just focus on using your weapon mainly against those movesets, it's pretty crazy. I think it's pretty good. I don't know if that's a good balance or not. Clearly, I mean, I didn't use every tool in the game constantly that they give you, but I was just glad that, like, I mean, to me, World, like it's been a while since I've played through World, but to me, World felt like almost the inverse, where it felt like they gave the players so many more tools, so much more fluid movesets, so many ways to be safe, and they didn't buff the monsters very much. I just felt you just bullied the monsters a lot of the time. Not all of them, but a lot of them. It felt like they just couldn't keep up to me. So Rise, at least, I mean, like, you still have that, but at least the movesets are getting buffed up, rather than staying the same and just getting bullied.
Yeah. I don't know. Rise is a very complex discussion.
It is. It's weird, isn't it? It's a weird one.
Yes, it's very peculiar. I think I would be... My, like, semi-firm stance would be, I don't think I want another game with the large amount of mobility and tools that Rise has, unless the monsters can somehow meaningfully counter it without just, like, feeling like you've given me a tool that I'm not allowed to use. Because it could very easily become, oh yeah, whenever I use a wire bug, you know, up into the air, the monster just, like, throws a rock at me with perfect accuracy. It could very easily become that.
Yep.
Or, on the inverse, it could be, like, it's performative, and they throw the rock, and it basically always misses. So, the reason I wouldn't want them to bring wire bugs back is I just don't think that there's a nice balance that they could find of them dealing with that.
Yep. I would, like, I also take issue with, not so much, like, that you can jump in the air whenever you want, or get around quickly, but mostly I also take issue with the wire fall. I feel like the wire fall is what most people take issue with, and I think it's not particularly balanced. I think it's a bit too strong, a bit too free, and you can use it a bit too often. I think at least there are reasons for it to be like I think its saving grace in my head in terms of its balancing is there are some moves you have to save a wire bug for, like pins that you have to get out of. It also draws from your central resource of like attacking moves that you'd rather be using to deal damage to the monster. Like whenever you wire fall, you're trading up on that opening that you could have used to attack the monster with one of your more powerful options instead. So I think that those are saving graces, but even still, I feel like it's too strong. It's too free. My idea for balancing it would be like make more of the Silkbind moves take 2 bugs and make it so that every time you use a wire fall, it resets one or both. It resets both of your bugs down to 0. So like no matter how many bugs you've waited to charge up, if you have 1 or 2, you can use wire fall, but it's always going to reset you all the way back on your progress of charging up your big move.
Yeah, I think that would work. Wire falling to me kind of felt like it. It feels like it at times dealt with the issue of like Tigrex knocks me down, and just because my character takes a while to get up, it's convenient enough timing for it to spin around and then like wombo combo me. Then I get stunned, and there's like not too much I can do about it.
You can aim. You can aim it differently.
Aim it?
You can aim the wire fall different directions.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I mean the wire fall prevented that.
Oh, okay, yeah, totally. It cuts back on it cuts down on the actual. I mean, like that's a flaw for me about 5th gen in general. Is like there isn't as much like actual consequence to your actions. Whether it's you can't run out of healing or you can always get out of the way or almost always get out of the way, especially in Wirefall's case. It means your individual actions, whether it's like rolling into the path of the monster, swinging when you shouldn't, sharpening when you shouldn't, all those actions carry less weight because you're able to get out of jail free a lot sooner.
I think that the point I was more getting at is like, it feels like nonsense when, It feels like nonsense when you get knocked down and then you immediately get hit again. I never liked that. That's one of the few elements that I might be like, yeah, that's silly. That was a very quick.
This is a 1-star gathering quest, so yeah, he dies pretty quick, and we're all in decent gear at this point.
I was just surprised.
That's that.
Just shook.
Thanks, Ensign Boot. Cheers. Ensign Boot is really helping us out tonight with our grind. Thanks, Ensign Boot.
Yeah.
This is a cozy cast.
As it was intended to be.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's interesting that I'm trying to think. When do you think was the last time there was a Monster Hunter that like there was more of a consensus about? Because I feel like World was pretty divisive, and Rise is pretty divisive too. Like it's weird enough and out. Like World was just different enough from regular Monster Hunter to be pretty out there and be pretty divisive. Rise is like funky and it's got weird balancing decisions there. Like some things are harder, but some things are way easier. I guess you could say the same thing about World, but I don't know when the last time you could say there was a Monster Hunter that wasn't very divisive was. Maybe 4 Ultimate.
I would say, yeah, back when it was just iterating on the same idea every time, and when it was less popular.
Yeah, probably so. When you had more of the same fan base, it probably helps.
Yeah, and not only that, it was more like the same fan base understood what they were buying.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like there wasn't too much in the way of change.
Yeah.
Change will always bring dissent, I guess.
Precious Stones, you think World wasn't divisive? I guess I was rolling in the wrong circles. I thought World was pretty divisive.
I think World is still divisive.
Yeah.
Like, very much so.
Well, I mean, obviously it was a loud minority and a silent majority when it's the best-selling game in the series. But like if you compare the same group of people who've played lots of Monster Hunter, I feel like there are some entries that were more or less divisive. I don't know, maybe that's a bad sample size, but I think World would be one of the more divisive games in my eyes from people who I've talked to. But I mean, you can't talk to everybody who's played World, I guess.
Well, you know, just like looking at law of large numbers, if 75% of the people who purchased World had never played a Monster Hunter game before,
yeah,
which, you know, I don't know how much better it sold than For You, but a lot, I guess.
Much, yes.
Yeah. I think if that's your first Monster Hunter game, it's very hard to speak coming from.
You can't really call it divisive, not yeah. For anybody who I guess returning players, what was the least divisive game? I guess I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like I feel like it's kind of a funny question where I feel like all of them probably, honestly, you can go back and watch some videos and see that people hated Try when it came out because it wasn't Free Unite. There are people who didn't like Free Unite because it wasn't DOS. Like there's all kinds of stuff like that. It's just like I was trying to think back to like when was the last time there was one that didn't seem to have that sort of divisive discourse around it. It probably doesn't exist, and I don't know. I think in general in my life, I talked a bit with Phalacin earlier tonight. It's just like I think I need to just spend less time thinking about what other people think about Monster Hunter.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've sort of landed on with certain elements of like interfacing with any community ever. Like there's always going to be big opinions and there's always going to be big thoughts and people who are not doing the wrong thing by any stretch of the imagination, but they want to hold on to the thing that they know, the thing that they love and what they're comfortable with. And I don't think that that's the worst thing in the world, but I do think it makes it hard to talk about things ever changing, and it makes it hard to criticize things. So it becomes a very tricky scenario, because I don't think it's complaining to say, oh, I don't like this element of something, but I still enjoy the rest of it. I don't think it's complaining to say, hey, you know, they did this poorly. I think sometimes you can just critique something whilst being constructive about it and understanding that there is a line between wanting to have the best version of something for you whilst also being in disagreement with the community at large. Also, I'll just post something up here.
Yeah, it's your turn.
I forgot about that.
That's why I'm pointing at the desk.
Oh, sorry. Let's hunt a Duramboros.
Okay, let's do it. When the levee breaks.
But yeah, like it's really tricky because I get annoyed when I see people say the same thing to me that I've read a million times before, and then you ask them why, and they're like, well, you know, because.
They can't back it up. Yeah. That's to me is often, like, I try and encourage that wherever I'm talking. It's just like, if you're going to have an opinion and share it, please explain why. Expound upon why you feel that way. And like, listen to the other person's reasons and then think about it and be like, oh, I never thought about it like that.
To be a bit more rude than that, my standpoint would be make sure you've actually thought about it rather than just hearing something, thinking that that's your opinion, and then, you know, not giving it a bit too much more in the way of thought, which I think some people do. And I don't think that this is all people. I don't want to just be so dismissive as to be like, well, you know, the reason that you think that is because you didn't think about it. But it is telling when you ask someone, hey, why do you think that? And they're like, it becomes hard.
They reply with like a default answer that's not very like different from other people, or just like it's not very in depth. I get that.
Yeah, and I think that not everyone has to have the world's most nuanced and thought out opinion, but sometimes, yeah, like I don't say I want things in Monster Hunter to change because I don't like Monster Hunter as it is. I love it. I kiss my copy of Ryu and tuck it in every night and make it a little warm cocoa. But also, change is sometimes good, provided it's meaningful. But this is common in every game franchise. So it's hard to say that it just happens in Monster Hunter, but it is peculiar, and it's a very, because it's a bit of a smaller community, shall we say. You do see the same things quite a lot. I'm nearly getting smacked by that boy.
He's pretty mean.
What's one opinion that you see commonly that you just straight up don't like? You are welcome to plead the fifth.
Let me think. I don't have one on the top of my head. Like, I don't have a default answer. I guess there's a pretty low-hanging fruit one, which is like the old games are all garbage. There's nothing good to be had there, and the only good ones are Afterworld. But I don't really think anybody. I don't really care about. I don't really care about anybody who says that, because I know that to not be true for me personally. Like, it can be true for them, and like I feel bad for them, but I know that there's good to be had in these games. They were popular and they were good, and they made like dozens of them. They made many of them before World was around. So like, I don't really give that opinion much weight. Let me see if I can think of one that's a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more like it could actually be true.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't think that I would listen to that one too much. Don't worry. Personally, I don't like when people are like, haha, look at this world.
Yeah, me too. I don't like it when people just default to saying that 5th gen's easier. There are things about it you could point to being like, well, that is certainly more advantageous. And you could argue that it's easier, but it's not just like, of course it's easier. Like, no, it's nuanced. There's things that are easier, there's things that are harder.
Yeah, that, and, you know, personally to me, sometimes easier in other people's eyes just means they fixed an element that was a bit jankier. And you're no longer playing against something that's janky, you're playing, you know, as the devs intended for it to be.
There's some jank that's pretty clearly intentional.
Such as?
The Plesioth hip check that they gave more visual representation to in Generations Ultimate. They kept it through all the games and made it a meme.
Well, yeah, that's fine. You know, as someone who's never really had an issue with
me neither.
The Plesioth hip check. Because Plesioth's not the only monster that has it.
It's just an example of like that hitbox was very distended, so much so that they gave it a freaking like extra windbox effect in Generations Ultimate, but kept the hitbox the same rather than changing it. Never seen any opinions broadly bashing older gen. I mean, maybe it's all memes on social media, but I've seen people say that. I've seen people say that the old games were mediocre, that they weren't like the only way to have fun is once World came out and made it like enjoyable.
Yeah, I think for some people that is fair enough to be the case. It's not how people are bad at discussing that as well, though. Especially because it's things like, yeah, thing that I don't like, that's objectively bad, which, you know, is just a silly way. Excuse me, Alvina, why are you on my desk?
Is that a cat?
That is a cat. She's telling me that it is an hour before her dinner time.
Mm-hmm, yep. My cats have started notifying us at all times of the day that their dinner is at some point other in the day, but it is not at the moment.
Because of daylight savings?
No, not because of daylight savings, just because they want food. They are constantly telling us it is time for food when it is not time for food.
Daylight savings makes my cats start.
I guess that would have an effect on cats, wouldn't it?
Yes. They have a pretty good sense of time.
They don't know about DST.
Yeah, these fools.
Let me think more about that. If there are any particular opinions that...
If you don't like the that thought process, hey, don't worry about it. We don't
I
have
don't
to
want to spend that much more time thinking about like things I don't like people thinking, but are saying. I guess just individual weapon stuff, like dual blades are mashy, or like the slow weapons are no fun, or like stuff like that, where every once in a while you'll see somebody who's like a little newer, they haven't tried all the weapons, they've just stuck with a couple, and they make some assumptions about weapons, like the guns are boring because you just shoot, like stuff like that. We're like, I guess maybe that could be the case for you, I don't know, but that kind of broad generalization about weapon types makes me a little sad sometimes. Not even upset, just sad.
I think that's fair. Yeah, it's nice to see people so impassioned about the series. But yeah, World good, Freedom Unite good, all the games pretty good.
Except for video game. Video game bad.
Video game bad. Very true. Very true.
Oh, I walked right in front of that.
That's a hot thing. He beat me up. He beat me up.
Nice. That tail case is off. We are beating things up tonight, Phalacin. I think our friend Ensign is helping us a lot. Oh
yeah.
God.
Guns will definitely do that.
That's a really fast terrain for us. Maybe I should take a look at this Ensign guy's equipment.
Maybe. Ace, you know, I feel a lot of ways about the way jank is portrayed. Sometimes I think that technological limitations in being like, oh yeah, you know Tigrex's hitbox? That's just terrible. No, that's not a good example of jank. I don't think that jank applies to... Okay, please. I don't think jank applies to, like, intentional design decisions to make the game harder. I think, to me, it applies to things that are just, like, this is not how that should be. Yeah, no, I don't think you should be able to restock and stuff, and I think we all agree with that. What I mean is, like, hitboxes the size of a virtual planetoid. I don't necessarily think that being able to restock is a quality of life adjustment. I think that that's just a different way to interface with a specific version of something.
That is vague, I think.
What do you mean?
I think that's I didn't completely understand what you meant by it, that's all.
Oh, sorry. I was saying I don't view being able to restock as a quality of life improvement.
Sure.
I think it's just a different way to approach something, and I don't necessarily like it. And
Okay.
I know you feel the same.
Okay, I was just curious. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom. When I get
Have fun.
back, would you like to choose us one or two more hunts for the evening and then call it good?
Yeah, sure. No worries.
I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in just a moment. Enjoy the talk with Mr. Phalacin here. You guys all be kind.
no
And
worries.
thanks for being here. Thanks for joining the Unnamed 3U cast. Let me take a look at
Yeah,
this Ensign Boot guy's equipment. What are you doing, Mr. Ensign Boot? No, it's all Lori. They're just good at the game.
Very much so. We actually talked pretty in depth about the flexing mechanic last time and how that's changed, and I think that World having it would have been a bit odd, given it was designed around the idea that you could just zone to heal if you were so inclined.
Be right back.
I don't feel one way or the other about it. But N10, would you like to post the next quest? I think that could be pretty fun. Wait, I actually need... That's weird. I needed to make a Azeroth switch axe to be able to make the Barioth switch axe, which I was pretty excited about. More so, you can't zone. Is largely what they were going for with it. Oh, I just need 10 carpenter bugs. Ugh. Don't need anything? I've just been clearing the check marks. It was actually Rist's post, man. But yeah, thanks for joining for a more casual version of today's cast. It's been fun to just sort of hang out. We're gonna do a bit more of a structured one next week, but I think today we were both just quite tired, so looking forward to something that was a bit more slowed down and just kind of playing Monster Hunter. And I think we've still had some fun and meaningful conversation. What else can I make? I don't know what the next weapon I want to make is. Can I get a haircut? I can get a haircut. Yeah, it's legal. But it's not like the mood has struck where I'm like, yep, I instantaneously want to get a haircut. Continue to ignore it? I probably will for a short time. Long hair Phalacin? You know, he existed for a long time. Oh no. Yeah, no. Completely agree on that one. The ability to constantly restock did end up feeling a bit odd. For sure. I don't know why we needed or wanted that. Always felt a bit peculiar to me, to say the least. Oh man, I want to make this. Look at this bad boy. It's pretty cool.
All right, I am back.
Very nice. It appears that you did not fall in. Good call.
Nope, I did open the window though. It's warm in here.
Yeah, it's been getting warmer here. We're coming into summer.
It's wintertime here. It's just warm in this room. It's funny that happens when you have a computer and a Wii U and a bunch of lights and stuff.
It does end up that way. I have one lamp from Kmart. I've been thinking of, you know, unjanking my setup so that it doesn't look like I'm just streaming from a room with a mattress for sound dampening. Alright, I believe it was your post.
Okay.
So let's get it.
Let me take a look at one of the weapons I want to make, if you guys don't mind. Might be another berry off.
Well.
Yeah, you know what? It's gonna be another berry off. Let's do that.
Well, I'm not gonna complain about that.
I'm gonna go grab a sword and shield. I want to play sword and shield.
Oh, sword and shield against Barioth? That's good fun.
This tis.
Don't worry. By next cast, I'll have some more spicy weapons. Should be good.
I'm not too worried. We're doing good. I mean, we have our friend Enton here to carry us, so we're set. But we're also doing pretty good, I think.
We are... Yeah, the hunts are going very, very quick.
People often ask me about kind of like what other games I like playing, and I often have to be the boring person to be like, well, I like puzzle games. And I've done a little bit of thinking about, I don't know why that is, like why puzzle games specifically are games that kind of appeal to me, whether it's like something like Lumines or Tetris specifically that I really enjoy. It scratches the itch when I'm not playing Monster Hunter. I guess I was curious, what other game genres do you find yourself gravitating towards? And like, why do you think that scratches the itch where Monster Hunter doesn't? Or where do you think those fit in around your enjoyment of Monster Hunter? People in the chat, feel free and sound off about what kinds of games you like as well. We'll fuel the discussion.
It's interesting. I like a lot of different kinds of games for a lot of different reasons. I like experiencing variety, or like looking in depth at why things were made in that specific way, or I like experiencing someone's individual vision. I think that's pretty cool. Or like what unique spin they can bring to the series. I think one thing that I will always get my jollies from are survival horror games with a very heavy focus on puzzles. So like the first 3 Silent Hills really scratched that for me. Same as like the first few Resident Evils. Silent Hill 3 in particular is like one of my favorite games because they have like riddle difficulty and action difficulty, and the puzzles are just so hard.
Yeah, you definitely have to use your brain differently than you would in a Monster Hunter game or something like this.
Yeah, and I love being tested in that way. Like the first puzzle of Silent Hill 3 on hard riddle difficulty is like, hope you have an intimate knowledge of certain Shakespeare novels, because you need to have it to find like a 4-digit code. It's,
wow, that's pretty intense.
Oh, it was very intense. And then there was like a few later on that beat me up. There was one that was like describing someone touching a face, and you have like a typical 9-digit keypad, and you have to equate those numbers to individual parts of the face. I loved that. It was so creepy. So combine that with like interesting monster designs and amazing music. That's sort of where it ends up for me. I also recently got sent a a request to play a devs game on Twitter, and I did. It was called Move 78, and it was really rad. I'm like, so excited for the full release next year. So yeah, I like puzzle games in that sort of way. So I'm pretty excited. But,
that's totally different than like a puzzle game. Like I think about like a one where you kind of get into like a zone with the game where you're just playing through and you're fitting shapes together, or you're matching puzzles or whatever it is. So an actual logic puzzle like a Phoenix Wright or a Layton or whatever it is totally different. That's a neat answer. In the chat so far we have JRPGs and Metroidvanias and more slow, relaxing games. I get that. Monster Hunter is not super slow and relaxing unless you're doing a certain subset of like gathering or charm farming or something.
Yeah, it's hard to nail down like exactly what I like, because I like a lot of different things. Something with a good story and good music will always suck me in, like a Metal Gear Solid or a... I think Majora's Mask always comes to mind. Something with good atmosphere.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Monster Hunter does usually have kind of a one-note atmosphere. Whether it does like shift a little bit from game to game, it usually is like the game just feels a certain way with the atmosphere. That's kind of it. For however many hundreds of hours you're playing it.
I think the best way I could explain it is, there are many different genres of music, and certain things are going to fit you on certain days, and some music is like, it's very simple to listen to, other parts are more complex, and it's all about what you can get out of it, or what you want to get out of it.
I'm that guy who listens to one band only.
Yeah, and that's completely valid. Like, you enjoy what you enjoy.
That's not actually what I am in real life when it comes to music, so I kind of wince at it.
I know. There are a lot of people who they interface with the world differently. Sometimes people want their comfort food, and maybe you do want to listen to the one band all of the time, so you probably will play all 11 Dragon Quest entries and enjoy all of them and never want them to change, and just claim that Dragon Quest 11 is fantastic. Other times, maybe you'll go play a different JRPG, and it'll have a different element to it, and you'll be able to get into it. And I think that's a really cool part of games. And I know that I bring that to Monster Hunter, like, with my desire to experience things differently, and that's kind of why it ends up being a bit wonky or lopsided in how I talk about things sometimes.
It's okay.
Because Monster Hunter is its own beast. He's flicking his tail.
He is.
What'd you think of Frostfang Barrioff if you fought one?
I never fought him. That was after I stopped playing the updates for Iceborne, so I never actually fought one.
I'll ask you in like 2 months.
Several years.
Several years?
Yeah, dude. I'm playing World once a week.
What? Oh, I thought you were playing at both days of the week.
No, I don't stream on Sundays. I just stream on Saturdays, so I do one World stream per week.
The tricky thing is, for me, your Sunday is my Monday.
Yeah, I got you.
So to me, you take Monday off.
Gotcha. Weird. I'm like a restaurant to you.
What, like a restaurant?
Restaurants sometimes take Mondays off.
Yeah. Like, here, that's only like fish and chips shops.
Just fish and chips. Here it's like certain, here it's also just certain weird subsets of restaurants.
Yeah, it's like pizza and fish and chips. They're the only ones that take Mondays off. I don't know why. Oh, excuse me.
Excuse you. Bless you.
If you could try, like, what's one game that you've heard about a billion times, and like you have like a passing interest in it, but it's typically outside your sphere? All right, give me 3 or 4, or 5, or 10.
This is one we already talked about tonight, but either Bayonetta or one of the DMC games, one of the Devil May Cry games. I really want to play a character action game, one of those. Kind of gets. I've never really played one all the way through, and I feel like some of the things that I worry about Monster Hunter combat getting too fast are rooted in like I don't want it to look or feel like those games, and so I think getting a handle on what those games feel like, so I could compare them to Monster Hunter and its changes would do me well. There are games I also am curious about without any relation to Monster Hunter, and honestly, I want to play Bayonetta just because it seems campy as all hell and loads of fun. I think outside of that, there's some classic PC games I'd really like to play, like something like Diablo. We talked about Diablo 2 recently. I'd really like to play Diablo 2 because I never have. some of those classic PC games like Thief or System Shock or Deus Ex would all be interesting to play, I think. So just games that aren't necessarily like your Mario 3s where you're like, oh yeah, Mario 3, everyone's played Mario 3, or like Super Mario World or Super Mario 64. Games that have that sort of weight but might not necessarily be that quite that widespread. Have I played any of FromSoft games? I have not. I just don't jive with the tone of the games, really. Like, they're just too gloomy for me. I have a hard time getting into games that are gloomy like that.
Interesting.
How about Armored Core? I don't know much about Armored Core.
I don't think anyone knows much about Armored Core.
Pro Cow Gaming knows lots about Armored Core. They speedrun it on YouTube sometimes.
Huh, neat.
At least to my knowledge, they speedrun it. Have I played a city builder? Not in a really long time. I'd like to. I've thought, like, not necessarily a city builder, but I've thought about getting in, like, playing an RTS parsec. Something like Civilization, or just something along that lines. Maybe stuff like city builders are more chill than RTS games while being sort of similar. Like, I know a lot of people like, what's it called, Factorio or something like that. No, it's not quite a city builder. It's more of a systems builder game, but, like, you know. Oh yeah, Age of Empires 4 just came out, didn't it? I don't know. There's lots of games and game genres like that I'd really like to play someday. I have no time to play video games outside of streaming, and I don't really have a lot of desire to stream games that I'm like blind to, I guess, that aren't Monster Hunter games. Like, I don't know, it's weird. I want to provide a consistent experience on Twitch where people can expect me to play Monster Hunter and generally the same one for a while. I like that. I don't want it to be a variety stream where there's just like something different every time. I think that's just not what I personally want, but I don't know. There's a lot of cool games I'd like to play someday. I just don't know when I'm going to do it.
Yeah. As someone who played Bayonetta for the first time last week, it was real good.
It looks good. I've seen people play through some parts of it before, and it looks right up my alley. I love campy stuff like that. I will sit there and cackle at it.
I think the tone will be very interesting for you. I'd
be into it. From what I've seen, from what I've watched, probably like the opening like 5 or 6 hours of the game, and I think I'd be pretty into it. Are we doing? We're doing the Renopolis quest. Okay, I'm down.
It's one of my only check marks left.
Oh, okay, cool. Gotcha.
I've only got 3 left, and one of them's a golden fish quest.
Oh god, that again. That's okay. We've got 3 people. How could we go wrong? Thought you'd compared Souls gameplay to Monster Hunters. I tried, so the Souls games that I've tried tried Bloodborne, and the tone was way too dark and grim for me, and I couldn't deal with it. It made me anxious. I didn't enjoy myself, even if the controls were kind of neat in the world. Like, they're detailed, they're detailed games. They seem really neat, but like, I can't deal with the grim setting like that. I tried Dark Souls, and I just didn't get into it either. I don't know. Just I can't really handle games that are that like grim, dark, gray. Like, I know there are colorful bits to them. The game from them that I think I could see myself playing the most right now is probably Sekiro.
You would like Sekiro.
It looks like I'd be down with that aesthetic, and it seems like there's like sort of a faded beauty to some of the designs and scenes in that game.
If you like Rise, you like Sekiro. Because a lot of what people were saying when Rise was being shown, oh, like Monster Hunter and Sekiro. But yeah, I enjoy, like, I don't know. I think it's just how I ended up, you know, with my experience being a teenager. But a lot of those sort of darker, grittier games, I enjoy in the same way you would enjoy, like, a horror movie. So I guess I enjoy
don't like horror movies at all.
I don't like horror movies either. I despise horror movies, but I like metal music, and to enjoy metal music is to, you know, that's to be enjoyed like a horror movie. Man, I make a lot of flimsy points, huh?
No, you're good, dude.
You keep jumping on my...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'll probably play Soul games. This is probably going to come across as freaking blasphemy to some people, but I would probably play Souls games about as likely as I would play Dauntless on stream.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, if you're not into something, then you're not into something. Like, I'm not going to play Fortnite tomorrow because it just doesn't appeal to me.
Yeah, it's not to say that it's not to draw any comparisons to the Souls game's quality. It's just like it's something that is not Monster Hunter and might have some relation to Monster Hunter in one way or another, which is why people would be interested in it, aside just like seeing me play a game that's good. But just I wouldn't play those games because I still have so much Monster Hunter to play, and I want to play so much more Monster Hunter. I'm not tired of it.
Yeah, I think it's I think if we crushed like interest into a binary 1 or 0, you know, obviously your interest in, you know, playing Dark Souls, it's like, is this Monster Hunter? The answer happens to be no, and for right now, you're not gonna touch it. So that applies to like most things.
Yep, God Eater, Toikoden, Dauntless, Souls games. Yep, Shinichi, we're using low rank equipment and we're doing low rank hub quests right now, mainly because of me. I haven't progressed past low rank hub in my playthrough of this game yet, so we're just farming low rank equipment up. Yeah, I mean, not only that, it's like, it's not even just like, oh, I'm waiting until I've played every Monster Hunter game through once and then I'll play those games. It's like, no, I'll probably just keep playing Monster Hunter, to be honest with you. Like, I've played through Portable Third one way or Free Minute one way, but there are other ways I want to play through those games.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. Whereas for me, you know, obviously we look at things differently, so
yeah,
I enjoy experiencing different elements and looking at things like art, I guess, and understanding what the creator was trying to make. And, you know, I think we just experience things differently, and whoa, that's a real shocker for human beings.
I used to do that too. Like, before I really got deep into Monster Hunter, I really enjoyed purchasing lots of different indie games just to try and, like, play them a bit and kind of understand from a game design standpoint, like, okay, what makes this game interesting? What combination of factors makes this unique? Or what makes this tick as a compelling experience? Why is my brain invested in this? And I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that up until I started enjoying Monster Hunter, and then I stopped doing that because legitimately when I play other games, I'm just like, I play like a couple hours of them and I get a little bit into the hook, and then it just kind of goes, yeah, but it's not MH, and then I stop. Where are these last Rhinopolis, dude?
I think we probably need to wait for them to respawn.
No, it's one more. There's one. Oh. There we go. Entenbu got it. Thank you, Entenbu. Do I seem like a freak to you because that's all I play?
No.
Okay.
I like I was saying, people value things or they interface with the world in different ways. It would be ridiculous of me to be like, what? You don't get into different stuff all of the time? No, you like what you like, and that's reality. Like, I enjoy Souls games for different reasons than other people enjoy Souls games. I enjoy Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, for different reasons than people enjoy those things. I enjoy Monster Hunter for different reasons than you enjoy them. Like, two sides of the same coin. The reality is, like, every human being has the capacity to, like, engage their brain or their motivation to play something in the same way as everyone else. And we all value things differently. That's just life. That's just things. Like, you know, this is kind of a weird segue, right? But I'm gonna give it to you anyway.
Okay.
I've recently seen people being like, oh, bummer, you know, I can't believe Endwalker, the new expansion for 14, got delayed because I took some time off. And I still see people like, man, you took time off to play a video game? Like, people just like being really derogatory about that or like criticizing that decision. And I can't understand it because why would you bother yourself with how someone else is spending their time? Why would you be fussed at, like, why is there one binary ideal of how we're meant to enjoy time away from work? Like, you know, if you take time off work, I don't want to go on vacation to Hawaii or something like that. Sometimes I just want to sit in my house with my cats and my girlfriend and hang out because that's my version of relaxing. I don't want to go on some big holiday. I don't want to spend that money because I value my personal and free time differently to how other people do. And I think that that's one issue that people aren't taught young enough, and that is, hey, people do things differently to you, you goose. Like, every single person you've ever walked past on the street, they have the exact same capacity for thought, feeling. Anything that you can do, they can do as well. And that's 7 billion people on the planet. And I think that that's it's a very humbling thought process that, like, hey, maybe you're not the protag. Yeah. But you're the protag of your own world, and that's good enough. What is the password for this? It's 2... 8526?
I think it's 2856 or 2586.
That would be it. All right, N10, you rascal. No more very strong gun. We're going armorless.
It's not a very strong gun. It's low rank.
We're shredding. We're shredding.
It's okay.
I was saying for the last couple of hunts, if our friend Shin's joining us, I have 2 cats on my desk now.
Nice.
You know, we could pick something. Ooh, the horned wyvern. We could pick something tough.
Yeah, if they have
and
events
do
down.
armor.
Yeah, we could do an armless hunt. That'd be fun.
Yeah. We'll do this Diablos and then we'll get into it.
I just made this nice Rathian switch axe and I wanted something to try it out on.
Yeah, taking time off or valuing things in different ways. That's life, baby. That's how we all do it. And the less time,
especially taking time off from work to like stay home or vacation, whatever. Like that's not harming anybody.
Yeah.
So there's no reason to bash others about it.
We'll wear armor for this one, Shin. But yeah, people don't try to understand others' perspectives, and people don't try to understand, and that's whatever. But the more you try to, you don't have to relate to someone else's experience, but just understand and try to understand that people experience things differently, and you'll learn a lot more talking to people who are different from you than you will talking to people who are the same as you, or like have similar feelings to you. That's just how it is. Like, I don't want to be surrounded by my own opinion all the time. That would be, what would I learn? How would I ever change? I'm 25. I don't want to be a done deal right now.
Yeah,
I don't want to be
neither.
the finished product. And
I'm sure not. I hope.
Yeah, that's like. I think a lot of people talk about it like as though they peaked in high school or what have you, and that would suck. Like if I peaked in high school, I want a refund. I want a refund. Because, I got another... I've got at least another 5 years on this earth, I imagine. It's a little gag for you. So hey, with so much left to go, I want to experience a whole bunch of people's products, I guess. Hello, Alvina.
Hello, Shinuchi.
Yeah, Shin? Shin is a bit of a mad lad when it comes to Monster Hunter. I'd be surprised if you hadn't seen each other around.
I've encountered them in your chat, but maybe not in mine.
Maybe. That's okay. This man right here, he did a Bolt Reaver EX Armorless Heroics in GU, and it's crazy.
Wow. I've never done anything that hard up. Someday. Maybe. I'm currently waving to them.
And you're doing a good job. Alvina, you rascal. On my desk.
How dare they?
My cats have been getting snuggly lately.
Same. Mine as well, because it's getting cold here.
It's getting warm here. That's why I'm surprised. You're being clapped in the back of the head.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think about the other video games I want to play. I'd like to play a monkey ball. Hopefully one of the good monkey balls.
Monkey ball? I'm not a fan. Monkeys? Stinky.
It's universal for you? You don't want anything to do with monkeys?
I want nothing to do with monkeys.
What about like Zoo Tycoon 2?
Zoo Tycoon? I don't think I would enjoy a tycoon game.
Really?
Yeah. No, I don't like... My experience with stuff like that is The Sims and me watching Sophia play The Sims.
Tycoon games are pretty different than The Sims. But I understand.
More in that vein.
I got you.
More in that vein.
Well, I didn't bring a hot drink. Good thing this quest is gonna be over quick.
I got some for you.
I'm good. I got
gotcha.
one.
There's also the stuff in the box. I'm just gonna take the additionals then, so I don't ever have to make them.
Does Shinichi have full low rank Rathalos? That's cool.
I think so. Shin's a good egg. He always scales down.
That's sick. I appreciate that. I like their Rathalos armor.
Now I'm thinking about how we develop. How's my game sense gonna be 5 years from now? Do you think you're gonna enjoy Monster Hunter in the same way you do now? Do you think you don't think that you could ever see yourself moving on from it?
I mean, I don't think that I will continue to enjoy it the same way I do now. I hope I'll still be playing Monster Hunter five years from now. I really would like to be. Whether I'm still streaming it as much as I do now is like up in the air, who knows? But like, I want to still play this game. I've put so much time and effort into learning how to play it and learning so much about it. I love it. I don't want to lose that love.
Yeah. I think that's interesting. I don't know. Without getting too deep into the conversation of like neuroplasticity and whatnot, that is something I do think about for myself, like, often. Like, when is my capacity to learn and enjoy different things gonna change? Like, I think I brought this up last time, but at what point do you become the dad who wears like faded blue jeans and a old Pink Floyd t-shirt and just listens to like world music? Like, when does that happen? Because I'm ready to enter that phase in my life. So, I don't know. I hope that I remain curious, and I hope that I remain inquisitive to that degree.
Some people do.
So, yeah, like, I think I would be really bummed out if, like, that's a piece of myself that I lost.
I had a 99-year-old grandmother who, I mean, was of failing health and has since passed, but when she was in failing health, called herself an Uber to get to the hospital when she needed to get to the hospital, and like had a Facebook and an email and everything. She was crazy. I mean, like, not crazy in a bad way, but just crazy cool.
Yeah, neat.
Like, there are people, and like, not that Uber is like a mark of like, wow, look at that person, like, no, but like, she was 99.
I totally understand what you mean. My grandmother, she's funny, like, very Scottish woman. She recently was like, you know, I went to Bali 2 years ago and I got a tattoo. And she just told me a whole bunch of stuff. And that really made me hopeful for like getting older and remaining inquisitive and curious. I want to remain like that. I
think a lot more of it is like less your brain changing. I mean, I'm sure there are brain changes, but I think those brain changes are less a result of getting old and more a result of like resigning and allowing yourself to just continue thinking and behaving the same way year in and year out.
Yeah, and I think that generally speaking, I would be very upset if I didn't keep pushing myself and trying different things and trying to learn new stuff, and trying to be a different and better version of me. Which, you know, if someone gets comfortable, that's completely fine. I just don't want that. I don't want that for me. So,
I want to always be learning.
Yeah.
Learning. I mean, like, I don't necessarily mean like studying something or becoming a master at a topic, but whatever experience I'm going through in life, I want to learn takeaways from it that make me think and respond in a way that's informed from that decision. Right now, I'm working a job that I don't particularly like. It's fine. It's a job, but it's not a job I particularly like love. But I'm hoping that I'll get some cool takeaways from it, or takeaways from this time of my life, even if it's not like, oh yeah, that was where I learned this brand new skill at this job that I love and use to this day.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way at the moment. My favorite idiom of all time is a broken clock is right twice a day. Which, you know, I don't think I need to spell it out for you, but yeah, I'll throw it out there anyway. It basically just refers to even something you disagree with, even like the dumbest person that you know, and I use dumb as like I don't think anyone's truly dumb, but the person you disagree with the most, they're often going to have 1 or 2 points that you can disagree with. So I think it's important to always sift through and find that silver lining, and not like immediately discount an experience or an opinion and Albania knocking over my stuff.
Just like Diablos is knocking you over.
Yeah, because my cat's knocking over my stuff. It's like a 4D experience.
Cool. Thanks, Elvira.
Alvina.
Alvina? Oh, I'm sorry. I only hear you say it when you're like muffledly shouting at her from across the desk.
No. Her name is Alvina, because there's a big gray wise cat in Dark Souls 1 named Alvina of the Dark Root Wood. I would not have a cat named Elvira. How dare you? But yeah, I want to keep on learning, and I want to keep on... I think that's one thing that's really... that I try and stick with. Like, occasionally I put myself into little boxes where I don't branch out and I don't try anything different. And I'm in one of those now, and I need to break it, man. Yep. I need to break it. I'm feeling that kind of too. The fear of rejection, like when you're going through like a bout of like not so fantastic self-esteem, it hits a lot harder. And I want to shirk that fear of rejection and keep pushing forward. So hey, I guess that's. I know that this topic's a bit off the rails, but hey,
you're
we're
all
doing
good.
The casual.
We're at that. Yeah, we're at the point of the night. We're just hanging out.
Yeah, I guess for everyone, hey, if you have a friend you haven't reached out to in a while because you're worried they might be a bit too busy for you, or if you have something you've been wanting to do that you haven't started, there's always a million reasons not to do something. Let's all together find the one reason to do it.
I've been talking about this a lot recently, but I'm trying to start writing again.
Good. Me too. I've been trying to play a lot more music. So hey, let's stay on top. Let's keep those good vibes coming.
I took some steps to move forward with it, but they were mainly just like cutting out distractions.
Good. That's a good start.
Feels like it. Feels like those things keep me from writing a lot of the time.
Yeah. Writing like fiction or writing like game review stuff? Writing what?
Just writing about things I think about a lot.
Yeah. Box B0XX Parsec.
It's a Smash Bros fight stick.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, do it. Yeah.
She says I mostly write about dubstep, or I mostly think about dubstep.
Oh, here's
this
like
is not true.
Here's a great tip. I have for the past year or so, like due to, you know, sometimes I'll let my mental health slip a lot, and that's something I've dealt with a lot throughout my entire life. Like, and you know, sometimes I don't treat myself how I should. I'll be the first to admit that.
Sure. And
that leads to me being like bad to the people around me. So I keep a journal and I write down like you know, not dear diary. I love Derek so much, but you know,
kind of what you're
just
thinking.
How I'm feeling on that time, and to sort of like I can flick back through and read it and be like, all right, this is how I was feeling then. I've gone on feeling this way for too long, and this is like not a good thing to read. So we got to start making some changes.
Yep, I get
so I think that's valuable. Oh, I'll go take my armor off.
You better.
And swap back to my
We're finally starting the ERP session.
Oh, you know it, buddy. So yeah, I think that these things are important. So that's my advice to like anyone and everyone. Keep a journal and write in it as often as you can. If you have a thought, write it down. They'll suit you well. And don't be afraid to reach out to people and talk to people and keep an eye on these kinds of things because they are important. And you might think that you're immune to the bad feels, but no one's immune to the bad feels.
Nope. Nope, nope, nope.
Even if things are going as smoothly as possible, we can always... Alvina, I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna eat you.
Come on.
She's being cheeky. She's been getting too much love lately. Hog chomp? Absolutely. Absolutely. But hey, don't be afraid to reach out. Don't be afraid to talk to folks. These are all important things. We can all do better for ourselves and for the people in our lives. Forgive me for proselytizing.
You're good. You're good, Phal. This sounds good to me.
Good.
I hope you like that my greatsword is color coordinated to my outfit.
Oh, it's drip.
So is Enten Boots.
Enten Boot?
Yeah,
Enten
yours is kind of color coordinated too, honestly.
Yeah, complimentary.
Look at this like fashion squad. This naked ERP fashion squad.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, we are out of sync, but that's okay. That's life.
It's not even the good, like, completely opposite out of sync. It's just in the middle, totally out of sync.
Oh yeah, Shin Sasuke. I always remember Shinichi's character. Sasuke. Yuri Lowenthal. Alright, how many more hunts have you got left in you?
A couple.
Cool.
I'm a little tired. I have work in the morning, but I'm good.
I know. I want you to get the appropriate amount of rest. What is she doing? What is Alvina doing? She's sitting on top of my chair behind my head to remind me that dinner time is imminent, and dinner time is always imminent.
You should probably grab the quest, Mr. Phal.
Yeah, maybe.
Now, Phalacin, did you remember to bring a quest on this quest?
A quest on this quest? I plead the fifth. We don't have that here, but I'm pleading it. I'm RPing as an American for today.
Okay.
Oh. And she just leapt off the thing. Probably looked like I pushed her, but she did not. She jumped.
Excuse me. I'm yawning now. That's not a good sign.
Hey, don't worry. We've only got a couple hunts left in us.
We're good.
Don't sweat it.
We're good.
We got this. I believe. I'm a believer.
What could go wrong? There's only 2 wraths.
Yeah.
This is our run back, by the way. This is our naked run back on the wraths.
Oh, there's gonna be
some
saltier.
friends.
There's gonna be some saltier run backs.
Hello, Gecko. Our hub is called RP, but this is just a challenge. It has nothing to do with the name of the hub.
I didn't think about it. All right. Or I did think about it, and I
bet you
elected
thought
to
about
do
it.
nothing.
I bet you thought about it.
I don't RP. I don't RP. I'm not an RPer. Although I could if you wanted to.
There is a wrath currently here in Area 3. I think she's headed to probably Area 7. I'm guessing. Yeah, she's headed to Area 7.
Area 7? That's the name of a very unpopular Australian ska punk band. I bet you didn't know that, but now you do.
I do.
Their hit song "Nobody Likes a Bogan."
That's very
Quill
Australian.
would probably like them.
That's very Australian.
It is very Australian. It's very Australian. You know, Superman diving the wall probably doesn't save you too much time, but I'm not going to be disrespected by a Rathian at a roll.
I was disrespected. Ensign Boot's sword and shield makes a cool noise.
Ensign Boot makes a cool noise. Now, I got bonked.
I have yet to actually hit the Rathian. There we go.
I shot her tail.
For a second I thought you went like gun or something. I was going to be surprised.
No, I don't like playing guns too much. They're fun sometimes. Particularly in Rise. And you can do the cool flips.
Flips are pretty cool. Oh no.
Oh no.
Is she gonna hurt me pretty badly? I'll just let you guys hit her. That's fine. I'm sacrificial. Nice.
You're not sacrificial.
Dude, those part breaks are juicy. Crunch.
Oh no. I want a normal gun lance so that I can actually shoot more than one shell before doing the dinky little "oh no" animation directly in front of her while she stares me in my eyes.
You can shoot too.
I can shoot too, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
If we were doing this any other game, it'd be a lot tougher. 3 use extra 50 defense makes a big deal.
I think we talked about this once or twice, but low rank Arbalest doesn't feel different to this one. At least in my opinion.
Nice.
convinced that Ryu's extra 50 defense might not be the extra defense. But hey, I'll test it. I've got a copy of Try. You can check how much does it actually give you.
She wants ya.
He does. She's eating my head.
Definitely making the quest last longer though, at least by a little bit. Oh, here's Mr. Los. This should be fun. I hope nobody dung bombs him.
You heard it here first, gamers. No dung bombs.
I feel like it would be much more fun. Otherwise, it's just like we're doing a Rathian quest. But that's my personal like weird RP group thing. Fine. I just like lots of ill-clad hunters tackling two difficult, tough customer rats at the same time.
You're the R in RP.
I am, which makes you the P in RP.
It's true. I don't know if I want to be called the P.
That's it. Risty and the P. That's the podcast name.
Do you know what a Risty is?
No.
Okay. It's a very common. I think it might be Australian slang for a hand job.
Oh, lovely. Much better than Bang Bros. Oh god, that's so bad. It was not my intent.
No, I like it. It was good. It was good stuff. Add a little spice. That way we can put the we can put a cool thumbnail of me like putting my hand over my mouth like he said.
We're not doing thumbnails. At least I'm not doing a thumbnail. You can't make me. You can maybe screen grab me and like put me on a thumbnail, but I'm not doing a thumbnail.
You've yawned at least once here.
Oh no, I covered it with my face. Or with my hand.
Yeah, exactly what I'm talking about.
No.
You played directly into my hand by being tired. Hit you up for the thumbnail? No, Uchi. I don't think I'll give you any more work.
Uchi's stacked on work. I loaded poor Uchi up with a bunch of work.
Did you just?
I did. No.
Yes. Ow. Oh, we're chasing. Oh. I was gonna say we're chasing them. I see.
Their corpses don't stay long, so if you want carves, get up here.
Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, good thing N10 saw it. Get coming.
I don't know what you're referring to, Uchi.
We all pog a little champion. Alright. I think, like, I suspect I know the answer, but just in case there's something to it. Where'd the Michelle name come for,
my name is Michael, and Michelle is a great way to have that same name be both a little stylized and usable for both a boy and a girl.
Very nice. Very good.
And it's just what I've always used for my characters. I use Ristretto when I'm like speedrunning or like doing RTA speedrunning. I don't do ILs.
Good call, good call, good call.
Or challenge runs in general. Just when I'm doing a challenge run file or like a speedrun file, I'll use Ristretto instead.
When's the next For You speedrun?
No scheduled currently. When I play For You again more regularly. When I'm more in practice
watch out!
with the game.
I'm blasting. Shan, watch out! Oh no, Shan, you didn't avoid it.
How did I miss that?
Because I turned it directly into Shinuchi, who was by the head.
No, how did I miss my greatsword charge? I was like directly in between his legs and my greatsword missed the rest of it.
Someone knocked me down. There's gonna be hell to pay.
It wasn't me.
I can't be sure of that now, can I?
I guess not. Greatsword is so hard to use in multiplayer. I probably need practice. I was just thinking to myself that, like, dude, if there's one area of Monster Hunter I'm rusty as heck at, it's playing any sort of multiplayer. I haven't played multiplayer regularly since my first Monster Hunter game.
Oh,
which is coming up on 5 years ago.
I'm pulling you out of the woodwork.
I mean, I still do. I've been doing a little more of it this year on Twitch, but like...
Yes.
Prior to 4U, I didn't play any multiplayer, and then prior to 4U, I hadn't played any multiplayer since I first played Monster Hunter Generations. I jumped in lots of random hubs when I was first learning to play Monster Hunter, as you do.
Did I knock someone down? No. N10 was just running forward. He knocked me down.
Then the part breaks.
We're doing it. I can't believe, man, I'm getting back into fun.
You getting the what?
I'm starting to see the openings. Starting to see. Shin that time was an accident. Starting to see the openings, the little things that I can get away with that I perhaps shouldn't be allowed to get away with.
That's the fun. That's some of the fun too. Oh my god, this Wrathful.
He's a
Rip.
How much health?
I don't know.
I didn't see.
I don't know if somebody else got that or if I did. I swung at it and got 0 hit effects, but I think I was the only person by the tail and it chopped it off. That was funny.
I have a clip on my Switch of me doing that to a Glavenus. I hit like 5 meters to its left or something and I got a tail cut. And I'm always confused about it. We've done it, lads.
We did it. No armor either. That felt like fun with no armor. I liked it.
Yeah. What is this spell behind? Business. Hey, at least you'll have lots of parts for certain weapons you might want to make in the future.
That's what I've been
Rathalos or
Yeah, that's what I've been hoping tonight as I've been playing with you, is that a lot of these materials that go to good use this week, expediting my process of getting closer to high rank. I appreciate it. It's fun. It's fun every once in a while. That's one thing I kind of like about doing multiplayer nights every week or two, is like, not just with you, but multiplayer nights in general, is it's a really carefree way to get a big boatload of parts without me sitting here just grinding the same monster on stream for hours. Which, like, sometimes I'm okay doing that. Sometimes it's nice to be able to get it some other way.
Yeah, no, for sure. Variety, the spice of life.
That's our motto here on Ristretto Chronicles.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. As long as variety is Monster Hunter.
Alright. Rist, what do you get on your pizza on the subject of variety?
We've talked about this, haven't we?
Yeah, but I forgot.
My favorite pizza is pepperoni and pineapple.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right, pepperoni and pineapple. It's a combination. That's a combination.
Somebody pick something else for us to do naked. I'm switching my weapon.
Sounds good. I'm gonna use a base level sword and shield.
Oh god.
It's still low ranked, baby. Let's get it. Ah, that's the stuff. That's the stuff. Look at this guy. Peak performance. Iron sword and board. Shin, come on. Iron sword and board with us.
I'm not iron sword and boarding with you.
Get?
I'm bringing my nice purple sword and shield.
It does look very cool. It kind of reminds me of a RuneScape weapon.
It does look like that, doesn't it? Yeah, it's Giganox. It does kind of look
reminds
like
me of the Karasi rapier.
Fine, I'll get a base weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, you will. Oh, N10's got the bone sword and shield. Let's go. We'll be like gnats, nipping at the heels of whatever monster gets posted. Fish Kebab said, I like pizza, and then Ignactor. Do we have an Ignactor?
We do. We can do Ignactor. I don't know if I want to do Ignactor with these weapons, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
God.
Iron SNS? Yeah, Shin, let's get it.
I did bone dual blades.
Oh, I never considered the process of maybe the fact that we're gonna bounce a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
I flat out didn't consider it.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm not using those base weapons. What?
We've got that 0.8 sharpness multiplier.
You might. I don't.
You're
Denizen of the Molten Deep. This is what we do. I mean, it's low rank. What else are you gonna do? What else are you gonna do, game? What else are you gonna do, man? It's low rank.
Yeah, we've got 4 people here. 4 experienced hunters. Have to go right now? Yeah, that sounds like something a coward might say. Someone who's scared. Someone who lives in fear. I don't know why, but I run around this thing. Just, and you cut the edges off. I try and make the circle a square. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Riddle me that one.
Alright. Let's try it.
Alright, you're my little anime pro tag with your nice dual blades and the rest of us with sword and shield.
Yep, that's me. Welcome, Kage. To anybody who's come in and said hello and hasn't gotten a hello back from us tonight, know that we really appreciate y'all hanging out while we do this cast, while we chat about various things, Monster Hunter and it's just it's a format where it's a little harder to say hello to folks, but thank you so much for being here tonight. It's appreciated.
Yes. As always, people being here, it's just wonderful. Just wonderful. And if you don't know my good buddy Rist Phal, please go over to his channel. Click the haha funny heart button. Check out his stream. It's a good time. It typically happens around this time every single day. So if you want a daily dose of Monster Hunter, except for Sundays, unfortunately you don't get Chick-fil-A or Rist Phal streams. But hey, that's okay. Fast food chain not being open on a Sunday. That just seems bizarre to me.
The place I currently live has like absolutely zero nightlife, even on the weekends. So it's par for the course here.
I have a local pub. Well, it's like a suburban nightclub. It's real weird. People get drunk and walk past my house.
Yeah, there's like 1 or 2 of those. We have like 1 or 2 pubs that are open late, and those are the only establishments that are open past like 10.
Yeah, I know why they're closed on Sunday. I understand why they are open on a Sunday, but
I don't even go out to eat that much. I don't even go out late very much because I stream. Like I'm not a nightlife person. But it's just like, it also kind of infuriates me that like past a certain time of the night, it's just like, nope, you either eat at home or you're screwed.
Yeah, some nights like after a long stream, you're like, I kind of just want to watch a movie and eat a takeout. But
this area looks really, really cool on the Wii U. I'm looking off into the distance, all the lava just coursing down into this area. It's pretty cool looking. Hey, an Ignactor. I'm sure this will go swimmingly.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Bonk is the slice of life.
10 swings at you at orange. Lucky me, I'm playing the game where dual blades don't have their razor sharp modifier working properly. I bounce.
We'll be fine.
I bounce.
I saw Shin.
I bounce on his parts.
Oh no. I saw Shin not bounce, so that's exciting.
Man, this fight in multiplayer.
Yeah, I'm not bouncing. Easy. Oh, that's one thing that really upset me at freaking out. Once you finish the combo, you're done. There's no combo extender.
Sort of. You can still do the upswing to reset quickly. Like guard upswing.
Yeah, you can do that, but it's like once you're done with your X combo, ow.
Oh yeah, you just have the
like,
circle. Yeah, there's no ace wings. Yep.
You also can't press circle at the end of combos with SNS.
Oh,
like you can do it halfway through a combo in Freedom Unite, but you can't do it.
Not after the dumpy
like,
hit with the shield. Yeah, the dumpy double hit. Yeah, you have to do it before the dumpy double.
Yeah, the dumpy double.
I've never called it that before, but it's very fitting. I never want those 2 hits to come out.
Oh no, I bounced. Even once.
Hey, Incognito, man.
Howdy. I know Incognito. We talked about N64 emulation the other day. Alright, I'm in red. Or orange, rather.
How is it almost 0 health?
Have you considered having more HP?
I'm working on it. Oh, that'd be sick, Incognito Man. Incognito Man is working, if you don't know, on like an amazing patch for Free Unite that fixes a lot of the little issues in terms of like not being able to display all the event quests at once, and a lot of the items in Portable Second G being locked to Portable Second G and stuff like that. They have a patch called FUC, Free Unite Complete, which adds a bunch of stuff.
Who put the bomb down? They're in trouble.
It wasn't me. I have 0 bombs.
They instantly killed me. Bombs do so much damage.
You got 50 defense, what are you crying about?
It's not real. It's not real.
It is.
I'm telling you. You can't just say it is.
You can look at the damage calc, I'm sure.
I'll not look at the damage calc, but I'll... No! I disagree. I jumped into it. I did not jump into it. I didn't even
Sounds
see
like
it.
something a gun lancer would say. Someone jumped into
A gun
it.
lancer? I'm not a gun lancer. Yeah, exactly. Never mind. I worked out that you're not blaming me, so you're blaming Enten. So yeah, it's Enten's fault. Everyone except mine. I don't know. Like, I do want to check the damage count. Maybe I'll go into GU and see what a low rank Ignacto does to me there, and then I'll jump into this game and see what it does to me here, and then maybe we'll check it in try. But my hunch is that the 50 defense is like performing.
Then why does 3G not have it?
Why does 3G not have it? I don't know.
So something you guys have with the Sword and Shield is when you jump in with the X and A attack, the following combo, as long as you don't drop it, will have Mind's Eye built in, and then at the end of that combo you have to jump in again. I don't have that Mind's Eye on any of my X combo, but I do have it on my Demon Dance.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I thought this would at the very least be novel and make the hunt take a little longer.
I got it mixed up? What do you mean? No, stop. Don't gaslight me like that. This is also a mechanic. I'm not sure, I'm not 100% sure if it's in this game, but it's in most of the games, Fish Kebab. When you have Mind's Eye after you jump in with the X and A attack, but only for that first combo. If you try and use a combo after that, you do not.
I'm starting to think that Sword and Shield has a damage multiplier.
No, you don't? Yes, you do. Check it in Rise. We were just experiencing it in Rise because we were Nox and I used it in Rise. God darn it. You have super armor? Okay, I'm sorry. Different thing. You have super armor, not Mind's Eye. I apologize. I'm still spouting off misinformation.
Not misinformed to me, Daddy. Let's do it. Anyway.
Fish is correct. I know they are now. I'm sorry. It's not the same thing.
Hey, don't worry about it. I'm wrong about stuff all the time.
No, don't worry. It's just the same thing. It's just the same thing where people are telling me, no, there's this dumbass, stupid Sword and Shield modifier.
Someone told me, oh, it's rather the other day I was like, huh, Tigrex, he's weak twice, right? So I brought an ice weapon on a Tigrex quest. So, you know, don't worry. I get things wrong all the time. We all do.
I just keep missing it with the sword and shield stuff. I feel badly. There's no reason someone with this many hours in the series should be wrong about something like that.
Why?
Thank you, Uchi. That legitimately makes me feel better.
You also got the Tigrex lore wrong? No, I didn't. Tigrex move to cold areas when they run out of food in their location. They don't typically like to be there. That was why I thought that it should have a weakness to ice.
That's an old reference, Uchi. Sorry, old references don't read well in podcasts, but Uchi referenced something old that somebody else did that made me feel better. Like, oh yeah, that person screws up sometimes. I guess I'm okay too as well. Or maybe
We
not
all
okay
screw
too,
up
but it's not great.
But here's my takeaway. Everyone screws up. Some people are just confident and arrogant enough to not admit it. Fish kebab, we're gonna find the thing that you're wrong on someday, and then
I can tell you the thing he's wrong on right now.
Yeah, go on.
He likes Lavasia.
I can't. I'm sorry. I'll understand if you never want to do another episode of
Which Lavasia? All of them but World.
But just remember, being wrong is like, it's the first step to being right about something. If you didn't bring something up and say, hey, I think this, then you would continue to be wrong.
No, I appreciate Fish telling me. I feel badly that I messed it up again.
I think you're just being too hard on yourself.
Well, I really should know the difference.
No? Disagree. You do know the difference now.
I should have known it before.
Why? How would you have known it before?
Because I know the difference between Super Armor and Mind's Eye.
No, there's no difference. They're the same thing.
There is. Stop.
Cursed makes a very good tongue-in-cheek point.
I appreciate it. Like, Phalacin, before we got on tonight, was like...
I rolled into it!
I hate when that happens. Phalacin, before we got on tonight, we were talking about our tweets that we were using to go live with, and then I read mine out to him because he asked me about it. And he was like, I can't believe you put that you actually like advice about Monster Hunter in your tweet. Because I think sometimes when people get really confident about, they want to tell you how to play the game. Not like if information is wrong, but just people telling you need to make this specific weapon and use this specific armor right now. Why aren't you doing it? Why aren't you using the stuff that I think is the best? And Phalacin was quizzing me on why I use it. I genuinely like learning. Like, I've learned more through streaming Monster Hunter than I probably ever could have learned on my own. Even with all the freaking guides that are out there.
I want to be clear. I said that it's because I like being wrong until I work something out for myself. Not fish kebab, please never.
No, I didn't think you were. I didn't try. I wasn't trying to say that.
Oh no, I didn't think that's what you were trying to say. I'm clarifying. I'm a clarifier. We clarify.
I would like to say for the record, we've broken one part.
Yeah. It's one part more than the suckers who have done it. Not like this.
Sure.
I'm sorry for roping you into something.
No, it's okay. I did a freaking, I forget even what monster it was. Maybe a Magnamalo with only kunai or only dogs, only dog melee attack and kunai in Rise, and that was easily worse than this.
I recall we did an entire hunt in Rise with 4 people just throwing kunais and took like 40 minutes. Yeah, it was awesome.
No, it sucked.
At
least now I get to use my weapon. That's way worse. You're just spamming the Y button with the dumpy little knife or spamming the X button with the dumpy little dog attack. No nuance, but no depth, just like freaking, oh, so bad.
Yeah, but we did it.
It sucked.
I love doing like awfully dumb things that make doing this game without armor is dumb. Like nobody should do it, but you know, we do it. Here we are.
I do know about the aerial throwing kunai attack fish kebab.
Yeah, we actually worked that out
during that quest.
Yeah. Then, like, Here's the thing. We've all fought an Ignactor, but none of us have fought an Ignactor armorless with three other people, sorry. And, Phalacin and all the carts. And the base level weapons.
I can say I've never done this before.
Yeah. And you'll probably never do it again.
No, probably not.
It's done forever. You're not Rist Retro Chronicles everything that everyone else has done. Your Rist Retro Chronicles dumb things that nobody likes. Oh, Shin. He's giving me under the table goods.
Where do you guys think the Ignactor went? I bet he's weak.
Do you think?
Yeah, I do.
I think he's quaking. I think he's quaking in his boots. He's scared of us. He lives in fear.
Is this is this how me playing Monster Hunter feels to other people?
Maybe.
Maybe it is. Why would you not use flash bombs? It's just like this. No fun.
We don't play games to have fun. We play games for the entertainment of strangers on the internet. Rist, you're very good at this game. Don't be too concerned.
That's very kind.
It's a game based around harvesting monsters for their succulent monster food.
And making
You can't
hats.
play it wrong. You can't play it wrong.
Except playing this.
Except like this.
Yep.
Hey. You roll up into the interview 3 years from now because you're going to Capcom headquarters to interview Ryozo Sugimoto. People are like, yes, you were the guy who did Ignactor with no armor, base level weapons. Get out of the lava, you rascal. That's corner horning? I disagree. I love a good corner horn.
Nice and good.
Let's face it, if you play with a horn, you're basically a corner horner. Oh yeah? Well, I love you too, Fish Kebab and Rist Retro Chronicles. So, oh, how could you?
Hell yes, Ensign Boot. Let's go.
He's trying to beat me up, and my cat's on my desk again. For like the 50th time in stream.
Now
I've made the mistake of spending
racing.
more time with it. Now this is pod racing, indeed. Pod racing.
No, pod racing. It's gotta be pod
No,
racing.
no,
We should get a pod racer
like
emote.
No, you should.
We
Get
should.
an emote from a good movie.
No, not for our Twitch emotes. I mean like freaking. Oh wait, I missed the really good. This is podcasting. I said pod racing. I could have done podcasting. It would have been so much better. Oh my god.
Watch you off. Ban.
That's the name.
I still like something with the icon. We nearly went like most of the stream without it being brought up. We can rig the game.
Not the podcast. No. The name is now. This is podcasting.
This is that's also too close to like the Yogs cast, and we don't play Minecraft here.
I still liked the Monster Hunter Passion cast.
Disaster of Passion cast. I kind of like, I kind of like something to the effect of the Haughty Hellhunters, but without the Haughty. You could make it humble. You're allowed to call yourself humble, right?
No. I don't know about that.
No, you can't call yourself humble. That's the stuff. Monster Hunter Minecraft? Yeah, let's do it.
There is a mod.
Have you ever played Minecraft?
I grew up with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I played it in beta when it was coming out. I used it for school projects. I loved it so much. I would build my school projects in Minecraft and then pull them up back when you could still play it in like the web browser in Java mode. I'm sorry.
That was my fault. No, it was my fault.
It was not your fault. I dodged into it.
It was actually because I ate the first 2 cards.
Well, maybe, but the last card was my fault.
Yeah. Well, 1 out of 3. That ain't so bad. All right. How are we feeling? Would you like to run that one back? Would you like to run it back with better weapons?
No.
Are you done for the evening?
No, I want to run it back, but with similarly shitty weapons.
Okay.
Just a different weapon. I got this unlocked.
Alright, I'm gonna take, like,
I want 4 naked bone gun lancers.
I have to feed my cats, because it's 20 minutes past their dinner time and they're getting cranky at me.
Yeah, I just want base gun lances. We can make it work.
I'll be back.
We can make it work.
Shortly.
Bone or... Okay, I guess, yeah. 4 naked bone gun lances.
Alright, Rist, keep chatting.
Cheers. See you soon. That's what I want. I think this will actually be fun. Oh, man. This game's good fun. I gotta go change my clothes. Purple doesn't go with bone gun lance. I don't have anything witty to say without my co-host. Thank you, Shinuchi and Ensign Boot, for being here for this. Wait a second, did we unlock rainbow color and it didn't tell us? We totally did. I mean, at least for our undergarments, we did unlock rainbow pigment and it didn't tell us. We're not rainbow, but we can use any color we'd like. I don't think I can change armor color. Not yet. This is a good ending tonight, I think. This is the kind of goofy content you can expect towards the end of a multi-hour cast. I've started locally recording these as well as to running them to Twitch, and this is looking right about 24 gigabytes at this point, so we should probably end sometime soon. I've got space, but that's a big file. 4 hours of deteriorating mon hunting. I mean, that's just the usual, right? I appreciate you, Bone Gunlands. And now we wait and dance for Phalacin. Ooh, E for Bombardier. Look at this. Look at this. This haughty bunch. And what could go wrong with this? I don't think anything. Alright, let's see. Which way do you go when you start prancing? You go... Oh, wait. Oops, that's prance. Which way do you... Okay, you go this way. That's cursed. That's okay. It's allowed to be cursed. It's cursed o'clock at night. On your screen's perfect. Oh well, I'm glad it's perfect on somebody's screen. It's certainly not on mine. It's close. Yep, it's close. I'm so confused what it decides to start it on.
I am back.
Welcome back. Nothing is afoot.
Nothing is afoot? I'm sure I'm not going to walk past any nonsense.
Oh, Shin's in perfect sync with me. Wow. Oh, they were. Oh well, probably not on their screen. That's pretty cool.
I need to make a base level gun lance.
Bone gun lance gives you a slightly more raw, and they're both normal.
Alright, let's get it.
We all three have bone gun lances currently. We also
I can't
ate
make
for
a bone gun lance. I don't have.
You can buy it at the
fish.
Smith.
I can buy a pop fish?
You can buy the gun lance at the Smith.
Gotcha.
I bet multiplayer nights are probably good for Zenny too. Because I'm not really buying much.
Probably.
Yeah. No, never mind. I'm still pretty broke.
Simply acquire more Zenny.
It is a RP Rist Phalacin hub, Maestronox. As long as the E in that Maestronox stands for explosive and Ristretto and Phalacin.
Nox plays 14. Nox knows what's up with
Yeah. They love 14.
They love 14, but they won't come to my server. They should leave their server and come play with me all the time.
I don't know what that means.
It means that Nox and I can't play together because they're on the wrong server. Imagine they're in a different hub to me, but they aren't allowed to transfer to my hub.
Bummer.
Yeah, total bummer. Alright, I will post the Ignactor. Let's get this bread.
We're gonna get it this time. This will go much better.
What's this jerk's name?
Denizen of the Molten Deep.
Yeah, that's the ticket. I didn't leave anyone behind.
In 3 weeks, are you gonna be able to play together?
Yeah, maybe. But Nox still won't play with me because they're scared. Just be patient. No.
This was a podcast night, Maestronox. We're just winding things way down. We had some discussion topics about Free Unite and Rise and World. It was a varied and I guess a little bit 3 Ultimate. But it was a varied smattering of discussion.
It's been fun. It's been nice to slow it down. Just get some focus on the hunting portion. Because otherwise I'm going to fall way behind.
Oh, Nox, I was talking about Monster Hunter Twitter earlier and that I need to stop spending any time on Monster Hunter Twitter. Like, legitimately today, Nox, no joke, some interactions on Twitter, both from, like, interacting with people and then me noticing my brain just not being able to stop thinking about Monster Hunter Twitter. I was like, yep, that's it. Twitter, I'm done. No more. Like, I got rid of it on my phone. It's time. No more Twitter.
Yeah, I think that's probably for the best. I don't know how I feel about Nox on Twitter. I feel worried that it would impact my feelings on things. Oh no, I don't want to be standing there. Oh no, you don't want to be standing there.
This is so much more fun. Immediately. Explosions make everything better. And the fact that we have shields is also kind of nice. I forget, I don't think you can slam after the quick reload in this game. I'm like trying to make world... Oh, wait, can you?
You can.
Oh man, sick, I forgot.
They did, in fact, delay it, I believe. So, Nox, you should just move to Aether/Adamantlis. And we should start a cool guy FC. Anyway, enough about that.
You're good, you can freaking talk about. Yeah, you can freaking talk about Final Fantasy 14. We're in the chill part of the night. You can talk about what you want.
I still haven't cleared UCOB and that upsets me, but I'm very close.
Fish Kebab's calling me out for not remembering Gunlance combos. It's because I don't like normal Gunlance very much. I don't use it very often, so I haven't got all the slam bam combos memorized. Maybe I should.
What's happening in Twitter? I don't think anything different is happening in Twitter.
No.
I think people are just using it the same way they always have.
No, I just noticed my brain not being able to stop thinking about something dumb that happened.
I think people are burnt out on Monster Hunter and they don't want to admit it because that would mean that they like it less in their mind. And a short break from the game would do them wonders.
Oh, Sparkle Wolfie. I've never had a moment in my life where I've felt like I could cleanly look at myself and go like, dude, all of the social media stuff, be it like YouTube, Reddit, Instagram, Twitter, all of it's just sucking my time away, like and like not giving me anything in return. Normally I felt like oh, I'm like learning about something, or like, no. I mean, like, it's probably not been that different or anything, but like, I've never seen it so clearly. Just like, wow, I've spent like a day or two this weekend just like not doing much else besides just sitting around at home on the internet. I'm like, dude, oh, it's bad. It's got to change.
It's very common. It's very common to not understand that you're in the echo chamber. Like, online communities often are like, you'll see something and it'll become this big thing, effectively, within that community. And if you deviate from that, then you're not as big a fan of thing. And people want to be seen as big a fan of thing. And they don't want to seem like maybe they have like different visions of what that looks like or something to that effect. So you end up with this weird sort of sense of, this is part of my personality. I have to like it in this way. And if I stop liking it, then I'm no longer a fan and I'm no longer allowed. And that, you know, you see it with all kinds of things, not just like Monster Hunter or video games. You see it with politics, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
In general, I think like those very niche self-dedications to like one specific thing can be real unhealthy. And that's very common, and I wouldn't be surprised to hear that's what Monster Hunter Twitter is doing. But yeah, I would say like these more niche online communities are they're not interested in proper discussion, at least not at large. You'll find people, obviously, who want to discuss them, but a lot of it can be, and it's rather cynical to say, but it can be a big old pissing contest of like, I like thing the most, or I know the most. Thank you, Sparkle, that's very cool.
It's weird to me to be using these combos in 3rd gen. My mind thinks of these like whole like shell, quick reload, slam, bam as like world stuff, but it's not. It's been in the games for a while.
Yeah. The amount of times I see stuff on Twitter that I like want to comment on, but know that it wouldn't be worth my time in any meaningful way. Like it would just be dumb of me. I don't. So instead I come here and argue with all of you.
I don't know. It's like a weird thing where I don't know if it was always quite so severe where maybe at some point in time I could interact with some of it without feeling like it was also like kind of latching onto my brain too much or something, but I don't know. At least this past weekend I was like, oh man, this was just in my head too much.
I'm pretty convinced it was people burnt themselves out before Rise, and now they have Rise in front of them. You know, they maybe don't enjoy it as much as they could have. And yeah, like Kirst is saying right now, you always enjoy the first thing you experience once, the first time, the most, and you want thing to be like thing. Stop spinning your head around, Ignactor. That brings me the fear. But yeah, this is less about Monster Hunter Twitter and just in the way people argue and derive self-esteem. And I know, because I'm guilty of this. Like, have you ever met a fan of metal music? Because they'll tell you, all other music sucks. I hate that pop stuff. Because it means they'd be going against their own image. And I can definitely see that happening with more niche video games. It's like, I could see it happening with Mon Hun. And maybe I'm wrong. I would be very open to the idea that I'm wrong. But that's largely where my perspective comes from.
I think it's valid.
People place their personality within the things that they like. They become the things that they like. And if they admit any part of that thing is different or bad, then they are different and bad, in my opinion.
Sorry if I don't have a whole lot to add to the discussion. I'm just like, today was a day where I just like, I noticed myself thinking about it too much and then removed like some of the social media stuff from my phone and then felt my brain like reaching for it all day and just was like, damn.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, that's pretty common. Like, when you have access to it that way from... Oh, shit! That was so sick.
I dodged right into that, too.
It's pretty common, but that's what I mean by a broken clock is right twice a day. So yeah, like, ultimately, I guess my standpoint is, do you care what people on Twitter think of your opinion?
Not particularly.
Yeah. Do you care?
I don't know. Well, I don't know. Not for me. I can tell where you're going with the second question. Sorry.
Yeah. Second question. My second element to the question is going to be, do you want your opinion to be valued in that way?
Probably not. I don't know. I feel like I could feel myself caring more about trying to post on Twitter over the last like several months anyways, which I could tell was like a bad thing. Like I shouldn't care about contributing to this discourse in a medium where no one actually approaches it with the intent of talking or thinking, discussing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's throwing opinions out into the ether and seeming right. Yeah.
I felt my brain getting more sucked into that over the last few months.
Yeah, it's definitely easy to get. Man, I got sucked into it all the time. Like, that sort of negative headspace, for sure. And, yeah, Nox, I agree. Caring what other people think is 100% normal. It's very, very normal. And it's not necessarily a bad thing either. But how you value other people's opinions and changing your own based off wanting to be more in line with folks and being more well-liked, I think that's where the issue comes. Like, understanding that people are going to have opinions that differ from yours is important, and you shouldn't just be negative to be different. But also, having, like, you know, you don't need to dig in your heels, but understanding why you hold your opinions and why not all constructive criticism is entirely valuable, that's also important. I think it's important to have some confidence in the things that you say. And too much outside influence is gonna pigeonhole your opinions, I think.
Ouch. Oh, red sharpness. All my shells are red. It says, you go sharpen. I've never seen that before. All my shells are red. Does it even let me shell?
I think
no,
it lets
I
you
can't.
shell,
No, you can't shell in red sharpness.
I never noticed that this burn gun lance has like double barrel. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. I also probably hadn't noticed this particular bone design. I like it though. I like the shield with the little like. It looks like the poke crests to me, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think that you should be not proud of what you did, Nox. The only reason anyone would want to be unproud is if they're tearing someone else down, which so often is the case, clandestinely or otherwise.
Yeah, it's the base of the Rajang gun lance, Uchi. You're not wrong.
I mean, why be happy for someone else's achievements when you can, you know, do better and
it caught me behind him. I'm sorry, folks.
Hey, no need to be sorry.
That was so close to a nice clear.
Well, hey,
that beam got me twice that time.
It's okay. We've got a third opportunity to get that dubski. I believe.
Yeah, we do. I can do one more attempt. That's it, though.
That's fine. If you wanted to call it there, that's fine. We've got a...
I'm kind of feeling like that, but if the others really would like to get the clear, that's fine too.
We can do it next week. You and me, buddy. It's fine. We can get that salty run back. You gotta get some rest before work.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little tired. I had like not a bad day entirely, but as you can probably tell from our last little bit of conversation here, it was a day with some searching.
Yeah, no, I can tell the whole time you've seemed pensive, and that's okay. But that's okay.
There are days like that.
Yeah, we all have them. Lord knows I've had them. You know, this is not the first or last time you're gonna feel that way. So, thank you for letting me be a part of it. I hope that you enjoyed this, regardless. It was a bit of a...
It was nice to hang out.
Yeah, it was cool. It's cool. This was neat. I enjoyed this more casual approach to the cast. It was cool. We'll get the more focused and direct one next time. Do you think you'll be hitting high rank this week?
Yeah, I think probably by around the end of the week I'll be done collecting the weapons I'd like to in low rank, probably. And we'll move on to high rank village and start doing like purple Ludroth and stuff like that.
Neato.
was fun to get to hang out with y'all on some 3 Ultimate.
Yeah, I hope we had a good time.
I did.
Yeah. Thank you, Shin. Thank you, N10. I hope you had a good time here.
Yeah. Thank you to N10 and Shinuchi for joining us.
Yeah, it was very cool. All right, Rist, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what we can expect from your future content?
I am Ristretto. I play Monster Hunter on Twitch primarily, as we've discussed tonight. We're working on 3 Ultimate as my main game right now, so I'm playing through all of low rank, which we just finished up recently, and then soon to be starting all of high rank, going through and clearing all the quests, trying to be quite thorough, use all the weapons, learn a little bit along the way. We try and encourage discussion and describing why we feel a certain way about different topics, kind of like we just did on the podcast here. That's kind of the goal, is just learning and discussing things and thinking through Monster Hunter in a more critical manner than some other places. That's all.
Yeah, and it's been fun.
What about you, Mr. Phalacin? What's up for you? What's coming up for you soon?
I have a charity stream based around helping various LGBT-focused charities coming up in about 3 weeks. We're going to be doing a whole bunch of raids in Final Fantasy XIV, all the way from A Realm Reborn up to the most recent expansion. I think that's going to be pretty darn cool. I'm also playing through 3U again, so I can make sure that this character stays up to snuff with Rist, but also it gives me a good excuse to play it again. And I'll be playing Bayonetta 2 tomorrow.
That sounds lovely. Sounds like fun.
For right now, actually, after this podcast, I'm going to be finishing No More Heroes 2.
You're playing lots of character action games.
Yeah, this month has kind of ended up that way, so
character action
sort of leaning into it a bit.
Do you like that name for that genre? I know we're closing, but
I think it perfectly encompasses it, because the idea is to make you feel like that character, and unlike, say, Dark Souls, which is an action RPG, you build that character yourself, you play it. The idea is to feel like a stylish version of this particular character.
Cool.
I think that's more than valuable.
Cool. Just curious.
Yeah, no worries. We can talk about that at length sometime. I
might have, Uchi. I might have watched someone talk about character action games for a while.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to call it there. Phalacin, would you like to choose somebody to raid, or should I?
You may raid whoever you want. I'm actually going to keep going.
Okay. Gotcha. Never mind. Well, then I'll raid you.
No, don't. I'm going to be playing No More Heroes 2 instead of...
That sounds like a good time.
Okay. Well,
we're going to be raiding Mr. Phalacin, so if you'd like to stick around after the cast, you'll get to watch Phalacin continue a game like No More Heroes 2. Which sounds like a good time. Travis touchdown. Save on the toilet.
I'm not sure how I feel about No More Heroes 2, sort of in that way. Thank you for the raid, though. Thank you for joining me. Welcome on in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing well. It's been a long time no see.
All right. Well, Phalacin, you have a lovely rest of your stream. I'm going to go ahead and sign out, get some rest here.
Yeah, you get some good sleep. I will talk to you sometime very soon.
Yeah. I'll see you guys all around. For my stream, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, happy hunting. Good night and cheers.
Please check out my friend Ristretto Chronicles. He's a good egg, very full of albumin. As we've established, is a good thing. All right. Take care, buddy. Love you. Take care.
Good night, all. Cheers.